Hello, everyone. Welcome, and thank you for joining us on the WRC channel. Make sure to like and subscribe. We'll be having lots of brilliant content coming. And right here, I'm Alex, otherwise known as Chiral around the internet. And today, for Game 1, I will be joined by Nathanael.
Hello, Chiral. Looking forward to another day of Yukan Fuji Cup action, continuation here of the fourth session. We'll be watching games 4, 5, and 6. Of course, we saw the first three yesterday. That should be.
We did, yeah. I got to cast Game 1. It was really fun.
Excellent.
It was really close the entire match.
Well, hopefully we'll have some close matches this time around.
Sneaking first place with big hands near the end. But yes, you're an A-League, you're an AML, right? Actually, 2 weeks ago we had this chat. You said you were fighting to get out of relegation. Did you make it?
That's true. I was barely safe, the first safe person, and oh goodness, it was really quite intense. The final series of games were actually happening while I was at a tournament, so I missed the action. But apparently, it came down to the very last game to determine my fate, and I managed to survive. So still an A1 leaguer for one more season, and that will be starting at this weekend actually. Sunday or either Monday will be the first set of games for the next session. So really looking forward to it.
That's awesome. Congratulations.
Thank you.
But yeah, I know you don't have that many socials. I don't either really, but I can be found on Twitch these days at twitch.tv/itsmechiral. I've been hosting my own sort of UK approximation of AML with some good players, and occasionally when I have just one group of people playing at the same time, I will try and casting that table. So if you're looking for the best of the UK team right now, definitely tune into that. But we're not here about that. We were here about Yukan Fuji. We'll be joined later on by WRC President Gemma Sakamoto. Sorry, Sakamoto. I've got to say it like that. USPML President Dave Bresnik, and another AML A1 leaguer and master commentator, Arthur, otherwise known as Corak. Yeah, you said that Korak was doing really, really well, right? It was in the top 4. I suppose we'll find out. I'll let whoever's doing commentary with them in the evening ask them if they managed to be top of the league.
Very good, very good.
But yes, our broadcast day is sponsored by the WRC and USPML. We'll start with USPML, as you can see on the bottom left of the screen, the US Professional Mahjong League. It's located in New York, where you can find the Sparrow's Nest, a Mahjong studio fully equipped with Slim Score, Ultima, and Rec 3 auto tables. You can not only rent tables for private games, but also find leagues, tournaments, and other events that happen on a regular basis. I've heard only good things about USPML. I was talking about tips for this yesterday, saying like if I ever go to America, I will have to visit that studio at some point.
Once I make my pilgrimage to New York, a hub of Riichi activity in the US, I will definitely be visiting Sparrow's Nest.
Absolutely. WRC, as you can see on the bottom right of the screen, is of course the World Riichi Championship, the most prestigious and international Mahjong tournament in the world. It's held once every 3 years, and the next one will be in Tokyo in 2025. In the meantime, players from all over the world are playing in the largest pro-amateur Mahjong league in history, in the World Riichi Online Team League. As I was saying yesterday, I've actually been getting good results for once. I'm finally getting good scores.
Excellent. There's still time to put in a last second dash towards the top of the scoreboard. So those last few weeks, get those positive scores in.
I've been really enjoying the online team league. It's been really good fun. But yes, WRC will also be starting the first professional organization to be based outside of Japan, which is still in the works. But join the Discord. Get updated. You can find the link to do that in the description of this stream. Speaking of the World Riichi Online Team League, the WRC channel also broadcasts little weekly wrap-ups every, I believe, Wednesday, yes, where they talk about the international Mahjong community and also the Team League, mentioning how that's going for certain players. But yes, that happens on Wednesdays at the same time as this broadcast. So if you are catching this live, you will know exactly when that stream will start. But let's talk about the actual league that we're doing here, that we'll be watching today. the Yukan Fuji Women's League. It's made of 64 teams, split into 16 groups of 4 in Tokyo. Each group battles the other 3 teams in their league group over 10 sessions. So we are currently at, I believe this is session 4, right?
I do believe so.
So 4 out of 10.
Or perhaps we've completed 4 and we're moving into the 5th.
Yes. Yes. Each group battles those teams, and if you're the top team in your group, or the top individual player, you will make it to 2 different final tournaments. Today, we will be watching the games from Group 12, and who might be playing in this group.
Well, let's take a quick peek at the teams for today's games. God,
So,
displayed across the table an array of team names. Team M&J is a Mahjong bar, and I quite like that classy little logo with
it is very classy, isn't it? Yeah.
the stick on there as well. Team Map, a Mahjong parlor. Team Mahoco as well, and OSHIgoto Calendar.
So that is the counterpart app to Jankatsu Master. The calendar there is for professionals to list their appearances so fans can find them easily.
That's really cool.
Okay, that's actually really cool, yes. If you want to try and build a fan base, and or if you want to meet the fan of your that you admire, that's really cool. I like that.
Yeah, if you're going to make an appearance at a Mahjong parlor or any other venue, I guess you can post that there and the fans can easily find you. That's great.
Suddenly, the Mahjong parlor is packed. I can imagine it, though, for sure. Especially with some of the really popular players.
If only we had that sort of thing here. Mahjong parlors that be packed full of fans, perhaps in the near future.
I think it has happened a few times. I'm pretty sure sometimes, well, for example, when the Sparrow's Nest had guests that are coming from other countries, I've definitely. I assume that it's been more busy then. I know that there have been times when people have come in to give lectures and things like that. So it's really cool.
That's true, and I do believe at Sparrow's Nest there will be an event coming up soon. We'll hear more from Dave later around Game 3.
Oh, very exciting. But yes, we've heard the teams, but who will be our players today? We are opening up for Team M&J. We have Mako Matsuura, who is a member of Nihon Professional Mahjong Association. For Team Mahoco, we have Saemi Shinohara. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Also a member of Nihon Professional Mahjong Association. Actually, I believe we can say, yeah. She recently moved from NPM to JPML, so we have maybe someone leaving one group and joining another. I wonder if that's going to change any of the dynamics on this table. Who knows? Because we have from Nihon Professional Mahjong also now Arisawa playing for Team Map, and in the south seat we have Kaoru. I'm so sorry, I pronounced these wrongs. Kojo, who is actually not from Nihon Professional Mahjong, but instead from RMU, Real Mahjong Unit, I believe, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Poor Team OSHIgoto Calendar.
I would say this is what I said last time. It was three JPML players versus one Nihon Professional Mahjong. It's kind of the same thing today, except now it's 3 Nihon Professional Mahjong players. I wonder.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if the metas are different slightly between the leagues, and players have a slightly different playstyle as a result. Of course, coming into the Yukan Fuji Cup, everyone has to adjust to the rules of this tournament, so perhaps that won't play as big of a role in the end. But you never know. A little bit of that playstyle bleeds through if you're familiar with the players in your group.
Definitely true, actually. Yeah, with JPML, that might explain why the game I saw, Game 1 yesterday, had a lot of very low-scoring hands until I think someone managed to build a very good Hanuman, I believe it was. But yes, the start of the game was very close, and maybe that's a playstyle thing. based on certain rule sets these players are used to. That's actually a really good point.
Yeah, we'll definitely be keeping an eye on that, see if it's similar to the way the game went yesterday.
Yes. So we have our teams, we have our players. I guess we have one more thing to ask about the situation here before we go and watch the match. How are the scores?
All right, let's take a look at the standings.
Oh, Mahjong map is far, far ahead.
Yeah, that's a pretty healthy gap there. Just about 90 points ahead of the M&J bar. Mahoco not too far behind either. OSHIgoto Calendar currently in last place, but again, this is early on. These are the session 3 standings, it looks like, so that means this will be our 4th session, and you said there were 10 total, so that means that there's still lots of time to make up ground, but of course, Mahjong Map will be looking to extend the lead, and every other group trying to catch up here.
Exactly. I believe there are 3 wildcards to make it into the final, but otherwise, only the top scoring team makes it there. So a lot of work needs to be done, but honestly, as you say, there's lots of time to do it. And will it be done this session? I suppose there's only one to find out, isn't there?
Yeah, let's just go ahead and hop straight into the game. We can see the players preparing. We've got a collection of uniforms looks this time. I love it when the players have unified jerseys and shirts.
I think everyone the last game that I streamed, that I managed to commentate on, had their own little logo on the uniform. I think some people just had a little badge, but some had the full like some team logo. It was really cool. I do think it's nice just to have that sort of solidarity. Also, what was that start? That looked very, very strong.
For Arisawa, our first dealer.
Okay, yeah, 2 very strong hands from both Arisawa and Matsuura there.
Well, already each on 10 from dealers, so that's a great start. Kojo a little bit more work to do in the south seat. Fairly average blocks for Shinohara and Matsuura. 3 honor pairs that could be something spicy. Oh, that's a door draw. Oh, that's Tenpai.
There's the Riichi.
Early Riichi 369 Mon from dealer.
The East is once cut, so if we are going to see Matsuura push, we could see East be the discards, and that's what we exactly see right there.
Otsumo.
But there's defense, and then there's just the other player, Ipatsumo. Amazing. That Mahjong's easy if you just draw the right tiles, right?
Absolutely. Riichi, Patsumo, and Adora is going to be 4,000 all. Great start for...
That was Dora 2, right? They flipped Nora as well?
Indeed. It's still a Mongun.
True. The saddest Dora, bumping it from 4-hand to 5-hand.
Let's see. I guess we had the Pinfu as well, so that's helpful then. 4 and 20 goes to 5 and 20. And that's a great start, picking up all those points for your team. And you can pretty much coast after that, but given the situation, of course, you'll try to collect as many as you can. Another strong-looking high pie with amazing shapes here.
Yeah, you gotta love it, really.
Oh, and I just realized as the scores pop up, Riichi, Patsumo, Pinfu, Ura is Hanemon. That was 6,000 all. That Ura actually was very relevant.
Of course. I understand, yes.
So a brilliant start. It's
going to be
Indeed. Got 5 Sodora. I see a pair there in Matsuura's hand. A lot of pairs for Arisawa, but she'll not keep the 9 pin. No Chitoi hedge. I really look to this door 2 hand. Can Matsuura come with something big this time?
6 is very interesting, but with that 5 so being Dora, as you say, it's going to be... We're going to have to take the slightly slower 5, 5, 6, 7. Can't just cut one of the 5s there. At least I wouldn't in that situation.
Oh, look at this. 2 Hatsu, 2 Haku, and a Chun, but we're going to give up On the tune, that was
Shouldn't have been
twice
cut
cut.
twice already,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
No wishful
I
thinking
love to
dreams.
dream, but
It might be just a bit too far. That's a good draw, Ishanten.
only triplet. But again, needing that 5, so and we know where 2 of them are.
Pyramids for Shinohara as well. Still, this Ishanten shape for our dealer is quite slow. You've got a couple Kanchan, like Kanchan Shabo mixes. A little bit slow
Also
to get there.
needs a 3-pin, which we can see 3 of. So it's gonna be well. There's a chance that they get to Tenpai and then manage to scoop a 3-pin, but otherwise it's going to be unlikely they draw that to get to Tenpai in the first place.
Interesting move from Matsuura, breaking a shape there, 8-9 mon. A little bit tricky to use the 5, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 so shape, with the 5 so being a door pair. But she could draw something like the 4 so and make use of all of those blocks and leave a sequence in the form of a 5, 6 so. That would be pretty ideal here. If you could draw another 5 so, that would just be the absolute best. Getting into the second row here, it's Shinohara who has opened up, and the rest of the table staying closed, trying to slam a Riichi. There's a second call from Shinohara.
So on the Tenpai, there was a chance to wait on the Dora, but I think it's pretty obvious that that's probably not going to be the best wait for you, with other players choosing to be a little bit safer. That's a really interesting tile. Gives the Ishanten just slightly close. Slightly more.
Yeah, lots more tiles of acceptance.
But...
Oh, the tune, it came back. It's okay, we probably still weren't getting Shosangan.
Shosangan isn't real. It's not real.
Matsuura holding on to this Hatsu. We'll see how long it stays in hand. She really wants to win it with the 2-door, of course, but Green Dragon has not come out yet.
There's still time, because we haven't seen it.
Oh, well, there it is.
Well, there it is, exactly. 1-4 being the way. Okay.
Could see a con, but let's go.
So by my count, 3 tiles remain for this wait.
Yeah, we have Yakuhai, with a little bonus foo, so some 2 to 40.
The 4's coming out.
And that'll be a win. Relatively tame. No Honitsu here, but still happily accepted 2,900.
Yeah, 2-hand is nothing to be complaining about this early on in the game.
You get a little tip from the homeba, and after Big Tsumo, it seems like a fight for second until the other players pull in the large hands of their own. So in the meantime, it's nice to pull head into a slightly stronger position. Second place all by yourself.
That's an interesting question. An interesting point you bring up there. When a person wins a massive hand that early, do you just stop thinking about going for first? Just like, I want to focus on getting second, securing that. Or are you like, you know what, I can get first still. I need to just make a big hand myself.
Yeah, in East 1, it's definitely too early to completely give up on the idea of getting first. But if you fall behind from that position, it's going to be much harder to
that is
come
true.
back. So I definitely like focusing on baby steps. First, getting an isolated second place, and then walking my way up. Unless I have an amazing hand like this, Hypai. Of course, this is our original dealer. Sure. She could earn even more points here. Potential 789
building that big sequence. This is an interesting question though, because this Hypai for Kojo had a lot of pairs. Do you go for 7 pairs? Do you go for all triplets? Do you hedge and keep the triplet at 3 man, which is what we saw?
Yeah, this
early, I think that's the right move.
Absolutely. I mean, that's a chance at a hand that would more than overcome the deficit right now.
Absolutely.
Not particularly helpful here. Another question is going to be, is she going to open up on any of these calls for Toy, even if none of these honor pairs are Yakuhai?
I actually really like 1 man here. But, that's unfortunate. But the reason why is because not only do you have a triplet of 3 man, so it's going to be very hard to anyone to use the 1, but also if you're going for 7 pairs, if that ends up being your final weight, you might see it come out quite easily from other players.
Mm. And especially because if you do end up with 7 pairs, you are going to be cutting a 3-mon at some point. Let's see.
That is also true, yes.
We'll trade for the 5.
But no.
And that's just a play for efficiency.
I give
right?
7 pairs way too often, so I understand that I'm biased. I'm sorry.
It's still not a give up, though. We can absolutely get there. A lot of times when you have a couple pairs of wins that are not value tiles for you, it's okay to call Pon and just force a Honitsu or force a Toi Toi, unless you're in this situation like this where you've got a readily available 7 pairs.
That's totally fair, yes. No one likes building the 2-hand half flush, because when you've opened it, it's really sad. But at the same time, you can always find extra ways of getting value, and there's always just value in stopping other players from scoring points.
And we're still seeing the 5-mon retained in that hand, so I wonder if we draw something like the 6-mon, if we'll see a 6-pin, 6-pin cut, and just turn in the Honitsu direction. Oh, here's that 6-mon.
I can absolutely see that. There's the 6-mon. So that decision has got to be made right now.
It is Ishanten. She'll hold the Ishanten a little bit longer.
I think that's totally fair. At this point, you've gotten to the end of row 1, you've not seen a single white dragon. Odds are someone has a pair of them at this point, so you're unlikely to draw a one for yourself, at least.
And indeed, we saw
that's
that
one of the
pair.
secrets of Chitoi. If you end up getting to the end of row 1 and on a tile is still live, you just have to assume that someone's got a pair and either fold or push it through. Yeah. Sometimes, at least that's how it feels to me. But with that,
yeah, it was because they did try to push it through. Did get called straight to Tenpai and a quick Tsumo. So a couple fast hands for Team Mahoko. Slightly larger second place lead.
Just work it up.
And now she will have her dealership.
I know sometimes going for a relatively cheap hand doesn't always feel good, but as you say, yeah, getting to dealership and just getting a little bit of a bigger lead, these things do add up. This start is not quite as nice as the other ones we've seen so far, though.
There's some potential here, but might take a little while to get there. Let's see, how early do we break the backbone of this Itsu? Like the 1-2 so is a little bit of a weak shape. The 9 so is an okay tile. We'll just play.
Yeah, I definitely see the potential Itsu there. I always get scared about Itsu when you have like the 1-2 shape and the 7-9, needing very specific tiles to make it happen.
Very unlikely we'll end up there, but always worth thinking about at least. And yeah, she'll start with the 8-mon, so keep that option alive.
Yeah, you really don't lose much by cutting the 8-mon that early. So
right.
I like that. I like that a lot.
Door acceptance here, but awkward shapes for Arisawa. Look straight back to the dealer. That's a shape. Perhaps it's time to give up.
Maybe we can make Itsu in Pinsu instead.
that wouldn't be so bad. Although we would have to give up. I believe we have 2 of the 3 pins, right? The door 3 pins.
Yeah, we'd have to give up the 3 pins, unfortunately. Unless you draw a third one.
All right. I like the way you think.
No, that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. But maybe. You never know. Okay. Nah, this is going to be a very standard hand.
Yeah, just straightforward.
So the question is, do you cut 2? Yeah.
Not bad Tateniu blocks for Matsuura. 4-6-8 Diankan shape in the Pinsu. Arisawa is a slight improvement. This looks like it wants to be Honitsu or Kojo. Decisions to be made.
It's really awkward. It's just, yeah.
How about you want to Sakigiri to discard dangerous tiles ahead of time, because we are getting towards the end of row 1. The shapes are still a little awkward. They're pretty much set in stone. And so how much do you want that extra, pair to accompany your Diamen for the slight chance at an earlier Tempai, but for almost certainly Riichi Nomi? It's interesting.
Exactly, yeah.
It's great.
I think it's honestly good to keep a safe tile. Just because at that point, I don't have that much confidence in that hand winning. So I'm sometimes at that point, I'm just looking for an escape route, right?
Yeah, a lot of times you can tell around the end of row 1 how likely it is that you're going to be able to find a Tempai early enough to be worth fighting for. Early enough and with enough value to push forward.
I do like to say there are no bad hands. Some hands are just need a bit more work than others, but we have to be realistic sometimes.
Mm-hmm. This workman draw is nice. It allows us to play for Himeko.
Absolutely. I guess you do just have to cut the 1 pin if it's safe.
That definitely makes the most sense here. Also, she might be considering whether or not these Sozu are dangerous. Of course, the 1 pin being so close to
true.
Dora is probably not any safer than the Sozu, but definitely worth a thought.
At the same time, I guess you really want to keep the 5, 6, 7, 8 just for efficiency's sake, right? Because there are so many ways that can turn into a 2 or possibly 3-sided weight.
Yeah, of course, we've dropped
And we don't really want to be... Yeah, we don't really want that 7, 9 pin weight, do we?
Right. And since we've dropped the 9 so already, we do have to worry about 50-10. But the other benefit of holding that 5-8 so shape is we can pair up the 5 or the 8 so, and maybe eventually work our way to Tateniu. I mean, we still have that 9 pin, but if we draw a 6 pin, definitely is possible.
An interesting possible Sanshoku for, I believe it's Arisawa there. Oh, no. For Kojo, sorry.
His hand's shaped up a bit. Yeah, this 1, 2, 3 chance. She held the door for quite a while. And now Ishantan for that Sachoku. Oh,
Oh, and as you said, the Ipeko. So, Tempai.
Pinzu looks
but a
fairly expensive
one.
here.
Yeah.
Well, there's an early 6 pin on the left, and as dealer, I think it's very normal to slam a Riichi. Riichi, Ipeko Dora too.
It's awkward, but being, in theory, first person to Tempai, you do reach that, it's worth more points. Actually, I think with 3-hand Dharma, you actually have the choice. It's about 50-50 whether you reach or stay closed, I believe is what the stats say.
Right. 300,
but
good value, bad weight.
Yeah, with the gap as big as it is between you and first, maybe going for a little bit more variance, trying to get that first place is worth it, though. So slam that Riichi, I guess.
I believe we've seen all of the 8 pin. Oh, that's a Tempai. Does Arisawa defend her lead and fold away, or will she jam? Good weight Tempai.
This hand isn't worth enough, right, to push?
Just Riichi Pinfu.
Yeah. I would be a little bit cautious, I think, in that situation. If I had a Mangan, then I'm in.
Oh, 5 pin comes out. Creates a Suji. Also gives a free discard for Matsuura to maybe come back into this hand. And this Tempai again.
Oh, a chance back to Tempai. The 8 comes out.
Wow, what a draw. The 5 pin Suji followed by the 3-mon back to Tempai. Riichi, Ipeko, Dora Dora. No Ura, but that's going to be...
That exact series of events had to happen to get that 8 pin to come out.
Absolutely. And, you're expecting maybe if you draw the 1-mon that you'll draw back into Tempai immediately, not the Penchan 3-mon.
Oh, no. I feel so bad when it's that situation, right? When you wouldn't normally do it. And it's only when, I'll trust it's safe. And now you have a chance, even after you've given up.
The perfect storm, the perfect set of tiles. Pretty much the only sequence that could have allowed that 8 pin to come out has happened. And that means that we've got a battle for first again. Shinohara will take That
Well, I see
lead.
Sanchoku everywhere, but we're just missing the 2-man and the 3. So, for that 1-2-3 Sanchoku again. Didn't work last hand, but maybe this is the one.
Thinking very carefully about this first discard. A lot of blocks, overblocked, and so you do have to make a tough choice here. Maybe the 1 pin to start. We'll
I
start with the
like
6-8.
keeping the 1 pin because the intention, I suppose, is to call the red dragon, right? Or at least you don't want to get rid of the option of calling it.
And we could work towards.
Also, what is this start? Hang on. A free Toy Toy? Is Toy Toy real?
Ooh.
Maybe. I also like that sliding the 2 pin in with the on the tiles, the Tuso, because it's useless. But also, you don't want to give away information
Oh
to
my!
the other players. And actually, I've got nothing but honor tiles for this side of my hand.
Yeah, I do like disguising where your honors are a little bit. It can become really obvious if you pull and then you just have a pair on the right side of your hand. That's a pair of
After all,
honors.
now the 1 pin comes out because odds are the red is probably going to be our pair for this hand.
Matsuura has so many good blocks, but you're going to have to sacrifice one of them. We'll see which draw comes in. That will be telling. Will be the deciding factor.
You never want to have a hand like this. It just, this is where I go for a half flush, and I feel really bad about it. But I just don't see what this hand can be.
Yeah, I kind of like the Sanchoku hedge. I believe you had 5 tiles towards the Sanchoku. It's a bit of a stretch, but the entire hand itself was a bit of a stretch, so you might as well dream.
That's true.
You're going to play the hand.
So I'm not quite getting to Tenpai, but I love the fact that they've managed to have a backup pair, just in case they end up deciding to call that red dragon. They can still get into Tenpai that way with a second pair. Obviously, a lot less value, but having the option, especially later in the hand, I think is really smart.
Yeah, especially having just taken the lead, if you start to feel threatened, especially with the 5 so being the Dora, and you feel like a player has Tateniu with a couple of those, you might just call away, call that red dragon, and earn a moderate amount of points to retain the dealership.
Exactly. Also, we just missed out on a triplet of 8-man. Feels bad, but what can you do?
It's fortunate, but that's Mahjong.
Exactly. Could be awkward for Matsuura, though, seeing 2 of the 8-man's gone. With that 5-8 weight, we see a lot of the 5s as well, so it's a bit unfortunate.
And notably, we saw Arisawa pick up a Dora and Matsuura pick up a Dora, so we'll see if either of them can pull into pair.
I had a moment of indignation there for a second, thinking, why did we cut the 8? We could go for an outside hand, draw the 9. But no, you're right, the 5's a Dora. I had a moment of but you could do this. No.
Right.
With that call, they are Tenpai for the Sanchoku. I think that's all it is. But, as you say, just ending the game while you're in the lead. Moving it along before anyone gets a chance to fight you for it.
And everyone's so far behind. They'll see that dealer call. And I wonder about the calling rate of these players. A lot of times if I see one call from dealer, I get a little bit worried.
Are you the kind of player who calls too much, or are you the kind of player who feels that you don't call enough?
I feel like I call perhaps on the higher end. My call rate's a little bit on the higher side. But so one call for me isn't necessarily telling, but for other players that have a lower call rate, one call is almost certainly Tenpai.
That's totally reasonable. Yeah, Tenpai, or I have 2 Dora and I'm making this work no matter what.
Right, but definitely worth keeping an eye on. I think
exactly.
We've seen one fold already, so players not really with hands worth fighting for outside of Matsuura.
And the other thing to keep in mind is that it is the dealer who made that call, right?
Yes.
We were talking about last stream. We were talking about poker and how I've used things like poker ranges, for example, as a way of trying to explain Mahjong. When you make a call like 1, 2, 3, it really limits the amount of hands that you could possibly have, right?
Yes.
So when we talk about like ranges, you have to be like, okay, I'm locked in. I know what you're doing here. And it's interesting because sometimes you can play around that, and sometimes if you're not paying attention, we might see someone getting fooled.
Oh.
But yes, with the 2 calls, that Riichi tile is not going to go sideways. It just keeps getting called.
I always forget once my Riichi tile gets called to put it sideways, but it's happened twice already. Will happen a third time. A third call?
I don't think this one can be. Wait, no, this is the wrong player. But
Haku, perhaps? One pin. That will pass through cleanly.
no, that's fine. Even with 2 calls, still not Senpai.
Unfortunately, she needs the East or the White Dragon, both of those paired up in various hands. So unless the White Dragon comes out, this hand cannot win.
Definitely make Senpai though. Although, obviously, you can't call the 5, it will be sumoed. So, we'll see. We'll see. Gee, how is 5-8 looking now? 3 of the 8s are gone. I see 2 5s there.
Yeah, one 5 has been discarded already. Not very live.
And this is a decision-making moment.
Right, because the 3 pin doesn't look that bad. The 4 pin has come out 3 times. And it's Tsuji to the 6 pin that was cut early. But if you're never going to jam the 6-0 later, maybe you don't risk it now.
And the other scary thing is, as you say, the White Dragon and East are both live. So even if you have a pair of them, there's a very real chance someone's got another pair at this point.
And we know that the Riichi player does indeed have an East pair, but can only be used as a pair.
Oh, and that would have been Tenpai, I believe.
Yes,
But
although, again, I don't think she was willing to jam the 6-0.
I think that's totally understandable, though. Yeah.
Oh, tough discard. Probably deciding between the 3 pin and one of the honors. East is not double East. 3 pin does look relatively safe here. It's once cut, so...
We also see 3 of the 4 pins,
Mhm.
so it's unlikely, certainly not impossible, but it's unlikely someone has a 4-5 as a shape.
Most likely if it deals
And
in, it's to a Shabo.
Yeah.
Does pass.
Oh, that's not Tenpai, but it is a safe tile.
It's a different type
And
of
a chance to
Tenpai.
change your weight as well.
Yeah. The Chun should be safer, but... Well, let's see.
Tuso has been discarded, so we can't choose that without being 3-10, but...
I expect the...
I think we just played the Chun, right?
Mm. Still give it some careful thought here. We'll go with the 1-so.
Okay, so a 3-10.
Oh, there's that...
Tuso weight, but it doesn't matter.
Ichitsumodora. 2 pin.
No error this time.
Get some bonus foo. Up it up to 40. Foo, 3 and 40 is a nice pickup there for Matsuura.
Honestly, yeah. Most of the tiles were gone, so being able to finally get that in the end. It always feels weird, right? When you have a tile, when you have a 2-sided weight or a 3-sided weight, and most of the tiles, you don't know where they are, but they're actually hidden in other players' hands. And you're just like, I should have won this like 10 draws ago. What's going on?
Right, even if you can't see any tiles. It looks like there's 8 live. Someone's got multiples in their hand.
But yeah, I do like how everyone's still enjoying the game, smiling. It's good. No solemn grimaces. Everyone's having a good time. That's good. It is always fun though to try and guess what someone's thinking based on their facial expression.
Yeah, I quite liked the camera angle that we had earlier with all 4 players on the screen at once. Just see what everyone's thinking at the same time. Okay, new Dora 5 Mon. Oh wow, this is a very pretty looking high pie. After winning a hand, certainly one I'd like to open up to.
Yeah, it's a very good camera angle. I like that.
Small correction in the points.
I assume there's probably a judge watching the game, right?
Yeah, that makes sense to
Or
me.
was that a player who noticed the difference and called it out?
Kind of
Yeah,
looked like they were
oh,
looking up, perhaps at a judge, but
yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
also some very pretty
Okay.
hands all around.
Absolutely.
You're looking for maybe a Tanya Pinfu, the Dora. Kojo has the ability to call with a Chun pair here. Shinohara, lovely shapes for a Pinfu. Already 2 away from Tenpai.
I guess suppose we can chat about some of the players right now.
Sure.
Shinohara, as we said, moved from MPM to JPML. Apparently, he's a radio MC, which is pretty cool, and appears in ads, which I actually really like. I like the idea of Mahjong players being on TV, right? Even if it's just like advertising stuff, I think that's still pretty cool.
Absolutely.
Apparently, she has 400,000 Instagram followers. I actually don't use Instagram.
A true influencer then.
Absolutely.
On air and on the internet.
And she's definitely influencing this table with her lead right now.
Absolutely. 32,300 has pulling ahead. Kojo will end up calling the Yakuhai, the Red Dragon.
Brings her 1 away from Tenpai, which is pretty good. Although I don't think there's much value here.
Right.
But then from last place, just had to make it work, really.
Especially when your direct competition for 3rd place is the dealer. You definitely don't want the dealer to continue, so...
That's always true, yes.
She's playing what the hand has given her, which is not a lot of value, but something with potential speed.
I might not be able to win a lot, but I'm definitely not letting you win a lot.
Exactly.
It's a mood.
Oh.
Incredibly relatable.
Nine's a bit awkward here because it really hurts our 6, 7, 8 Sanchoku. So we might end up just playing that Riichi, maybe Riichi Pinfu,
Yeah.
Dora 1.
The 8 man went out, so I think the Sanchoku has been given up on, unfortunately. But, as you say, as long as you win the hand, any Riichi can always be Mangan if you're lucky enough, right?
Absolutely.
Just get Riichi, Sumo, Ipatsu, Ura, it's fine.
I always forget that Ipatsu is a thing.
Yeah, sometimes you just reach because it's the right move, and then you're like, oh yeah, this hand's actually wow, okay.
You get massively rewarded. Speaking of rewarded, that's a Tenpai for Shinohara. Riichi
Pinfu Dora
does draw the wrong side. She really wanted the 6-month for the Sanchoku chance, but you know what? This is okay too.
Yeah, this is no fear. I went to the 6-pence actually. This was the reach tile, sorry. Maybe some fear.
Central tile definitely looks a little bit shaky, but it is safe here. 4-7 pin the weight.
It's always one of those interesting situations where you see Itsu potentially, but where you see a middle tile as the reach tile, and you have to think now: has this person had a shape that's around that tile when they hit Riichi? Do the tiles that deal in? Is 7 likely to do it, or is this just a random tile they kept in their hand? In this situation, absolutely, the 6 is a warning sign of their weight. But yeah, sometimes you look at that and you're like, You get too caught up in your own head and end up missing other details just because the reach tile is that middle one.
I think perhaps the 4-mon being close to Dora might be indicative of a good shape, or at least already had use of the Dora locked in. So I'd worry about like the 3-6-mon here, or something near the Riichi tile.
Yeah, the reach tile is always dangerous. When at least that's something you should be thinking as a sort of beginner intermediate player.
Yeah, it looked like a very normal hand progression, so it wouldn't be surprised to see that tile coming out from a perfect Ishanten.
Yeah, that makes sense. it's definitely one of these things that I sometimes try and get a little bit spicy with it and cut the 6 in that shape a little bit earlier, taking the efficient option, but trying to not give as much information away about the final state of my hand.
Yeah, in particular with the first cut 9-pin, if the discards were something like 9-pin, well, let's see if I can look at that discard. 9-pin, 8-mon, Chun, Sha, and then 6-pin. Those upper pins do certainly look a lot safer if you were to be preemptive about that discard. But there's the Tsumo. Tsumo, Pinhu, Dora. I think I saw
I believe
two.
that's Ura 2.
Ura.
Oh my.
That's going to be another Hanemon.
You know what? Just draw the tiles you need and then flip the Eurodora. Mahjong is that easy. Why can't I do it?
It's always the best feeling when your Pinfu, with only one pair in hand, flips Uratu.
Absolutely. I just got the jackpot. This is my birthday. I got a little present. Ah, thank you.
That would be a little unfortunate for Matsuura, who eats the Oyakaburi penalty there of 6,000 points, but definitely big win for Shinohara. And we go back to our first dealer in the South rounds. Now, with some work to do, she won a dealer Hanemon 18,000 points in the first hand, but it's been all Shinohara since then. Can we see comeback from Arisawa? Pretty average hand from her. Kojo as well. Oh, this is exciting. Pair of Dora, pair of White Dragon, and a Chun, and a pair of Wests. Looks like a Honitsu Force from Shinohara.
I guess sometimes when you're lucky, you know? Just open with Dora.
I know.
Oh my. Oh my.
Oh, I love this. Cutting the 9-mon early, disguising the Honitsu a little bit. West is a Yakuhai, of course, for Shinohara. That 6 is going to come out after the 9-mon and look like a normal discard, or a relatively normal discard. I'm excited to see how greedy she gets.
Yeah, you have to go for at least a little bit, right? You have to just dream at least a little bit. Just maybe a little bit. That's a little treat.
It's also going to be tricky if anyone else draws the door. The Hatsu is still alive in the wall outside of the pair in hand, I believe. I didn't see any going around the table.
I do see one red dragon in other players' hands, so I'm really curious about whether the fourth one is. I think whoever draws the fourth one, if it gets drawn at all, is going to make a... Oh, there, it's already gone. Okay.
2 discarded and...
Yeah, with 2 discarded, I think certain dreams are probably not as likely to come true.
Ooh.
But, oh well.
It's an interesting 3-mon. We're going to have a potential 3-sided weight in the future. Ishanta now for Matsuura.
Yeah, it's really interesting when you've got like that triplet with a potential sequence attached to it. When do you get rid of the potential sequence? When do you not? We were chatting about this yesterday because I made a comment about someone's hand, and in this situation, this is the perfect time to keep it, especially considering we probably going to end up cutting 2-pin now, right?
Yeah,
turning that 1-pin into a triplet.
Yeah,
more than likely.
Indeed, like a ton of acceptance. We can accept tiles around the 2-pin into Tempai. We accept tiles around the 2-mon into Tempai. And of course, we always have that diamond shape. I suppose it's 7-8-pin.
The ideal Tempai would be that 3-sided weight, as you say. So we'll see which one they draw first when they get there. But, Unfortunately, yeah, the red dragon did get discarded. Shows Angan isn't real.
Decision time.
Oh, now this is a question. 3 concealed triplets would be very nice. I might be tempted to cut the 2-pin first.
Yeah,
but again, it's the same thing I brought up last hand, right? When do you cut the 7 in a shape like 7, 7, 8? Do you cut it earlier to try and mask your weight? Or do you keep it? This time we cut it early.
And this will be
we were rewarded with the 3-pin Tempai.
So no dream of Sanako, but that's okay. This is a fast Tempai. The weight's not bad. 9-pin and 6-pin have come out one time each. We'll see the
Yeah,
Riichi.
I always think it's interesting when you see that pause before a reach. Because I would just I would snap through it. I wouldn't be thinking too hard at that. And I guess unless you're worried about dealing into other players' hands, I'm just wondering what the actual thoughts are
Yeah,
when
perhaps
you're
perhaps she has
reaching that tempai.
a read that Shinohara is going for the Manzu Honitsu, and with one yokai called already, and an early 9 months, probable there's another yokai pair in hand, perhaps even the Dora, and she can't see near the Dora, so Riichi Nomi against Unseen Dora is a little scary.
That is true. That is true. But at the same time, I think winning first, I don't know. It's always a gamble, right?
Yeah,
We'll see
perhaps,
if it pays off this time.
as you're saying, the best strategy might be offense. Win the hand to prevent the Dora hand from winning. And the weight is good. We did see.
Speaking of weights that aren't quite as good, unfortunately for Kojo, this hand has not become that. I'm trying to think of a way that Kojo can still get back in. Maybe 7 pairs or something like that. But I
Surely,
don't really want to push anything anymore.
after
If I
drawing
were
the
her.
Dora, the hand kind of freezes.
Yeah. 4
As,
pairs. So there's still a chance that you get very lucky with 3 perfect draws.
yeah, if you draw the green dragon, you have to think about fighting, because 7 pairs with 2 Dora is certainly enough value. That's Tempai.
Yeah, I think holding out for, I guess, Junchan there, right? Could just reach, but that reach on its own isn't worth the push. But if you did draw 7 pin, if there are only 7 pins left, we only see 2 discarded. So even if they're in other players' hands, you've got to be thinking, what if I draw that 7 pin? What if there are 2 left? Oh, sorry, we see 3 discarded. I missed one. Okay. Well, that's less likely now, but you never know, right?
Right. And pretty impressive that she managed to find Tempai here. And even if she just draws the 7 so herself and Sumos, it's still worth it to retain your dealership.
Exactly. And also take the Riichi stick.
Oh, for sure.
I know the scores are a little bit less spread than they used to be, but you gotta. Oh, there's a final red dragon. It would have shown up.
The second time
So
now
unfortunate.
we've seen that Shulsangan, the last red dragon, comes into hand.
And there is the white live dragon, although it is the door indicator. So we could treat it as like a once cut dragon, but it hasn't been played by any player.
I could see you justifying the discard, saying, someone else has probably drawn the white dragon and can't push it because of the Riichi, but no, she'll fold away.
Honestly, totally understandable given the contents of that hand. Still trying to get to Tempai, given up on the half flush, but 1 away. And just being Tempai is worth it a lot of the time if you can think you can get there safely. Be worth 1,500 points. Potentially 2,500 points if you count the 1,000 points you would lose by not being Tempai, right? So.
White dragon does come out. Shinohara still angling towards a Tempai Ishantan.
That absolutely gives Arisawa a safe tile and maybe a route back in. Maybe.
Oh, there it is. The
With
pawn.
that call.
This has the Yakuhai as well, so this is Tempai on 6-9, so it's 50-10.
Yeah, we could always see a sumo, but I think it's just there to claim the no 10 payment at the end of the hand.
Absolutely.
Which is it's huge, right? When you consider you're not losing 1,000 points, but instead gaining 1,500, that's a big swing, just from making those calls. As long as you don't deal in.
A 6-pitted deal-in tile for Kojo. Kojo will discard 7 man.
Yeah, makes sense.
North safe.
Didn't see that sumo.
One more draw for everyone. 5 so will lead to the 1 so safe discard. Just barely missing out on Tempai.
Yeah, still 2 away, but that's absolutely fair. Not dealing in is important. 2 players Tempai, 1,500 points each.
That's a nice little Mamashi there from Shinohara to find that tempai, get the extra 1,500 points, as you mentioned. Those can add up over the course of a game.
We have seen matches where placements have been decided by a plus 1,500, minus 1,500 swing. We've seen it. It will happen again, too.
And that will move us into South 2 with a Riichi stick and a Honba. Kojo, our dealer. Lots of honor tiles solo in that hand and multiple pairs.
The awkward 3-pair situation. Sorry, 4-pair situation. Okay, that's actually not so bad. It's not so bad. You don't want to go for 7 pairs, though, if you can avoid it. But with all those honor tiles, maybe you might be tempted. No. The temptation to, hey, what if I just discarded like a 4? These are the dark thoughts I have when I play Mahjong. These are my dark thoughts.
That 9-mon keep is pretty telling. It sort of signals that Kojo wants to hold maximal tile efficiency.
Exactly, yeah.
And just aim for a Riichi.
Yeah, my dark thoughts are, I've got a lot of honor tiles. What if I just make Chitoitsu 7 pairs and keep all these honor tiles that no one's using?
Yeah.
I'll draw one of them, right? Then I can get to tempo waiting on the other one.
I feel like
they will never expect it. They always expect it.
Yeah, especially when our first 3 cuts are like 4 pin 5-mon 6-0.
Yeah, these are my dark thoughts.
I feel like we all get those thoughts though. Sometimes it works, and that only encourages us to think them more.
Yeah, exactly. There was a time where I got very, very lucky with certain things, and I don't think I ever recovered.
Ooh, 1 pin.
But here we go, potential Itsu. That 1 to 9. No, given up immediately. Just missing the 6 and 7 though. If you were going to go for it.
Playing for
inefficient. But
yeah,
value.
As you said, playing for the efficiency. The 4 or 6 mon is a better shape than the 8-9 pin. Certainly has more improvements to be drawn.
I think it's a positional play for Shinohara though, because she's already so far in the lead. She doesn't need value. She just needs to move the game along. We're in South 2. If we can get to South 4 before anyone gets a big hand, then we're out of there, safe.
Well, I feel like aiming for the Itsu is not necessarily a bad strategy if you're trying to move the hand along, because it gives you a call option. Whereas I think
that's also true. Yeah.
Without it, I think we had a pair of 1s, so Tateniu is a little bit challenging here.
Yeah, we do that pair of 1-man. Exactly.
Interesting for Matsuura.
You want to build Sanshoku, but where's your pair? I guess 2-5 so is the pair. No, 8 so is the pair. I may have considered cutting the 5 so there. Trying to secure that mixed triple sequence in 6, 7, 8 of each suit.
Yeah, it feels good to hold a 7-8 just in case we pair up the Kanchan 6 pin or 8 pin, then we have a diamond shape.
By the way, Ishanten is Ishanten.
Indeed. Good opportunity. It's very close for 3rd place and 4th place right now, so Kojo and Matsuura are definitely incentivized to play as efficiently as possible. Get to tempai first.
Yeah, especially Kojo right now. Being dealer, you don't want to give up your last dealership when you're in last place. That it's a terrible feeling if it doesn't go by with you getting at least some points.
Okay, diamond shape of 10. We'll play 6 blocks.
Yeah. Was that draw? Another 3 pin. Okay, I see.
I don't know about you. In intense moments like this, where it's your last dealership and it's basically a must-win hand, you also lean forward a bit and become.
I'm actually leaning forward now. Sorry. Okay, just taking a moment to straighten my back. There we go. Okay, so I was leaning forward there. I was getting excited. Sorry.
No. You're all good. I as a player, I tend to lean forward on my dealership, as opposed to my other hands. It's not necessarily a tell that I have a good hand, but it is a tell that I really want to win.
I bet that anyone playing with me could read my face. Probably, I'm probably terrible at keeping secrets with body language.
Kojo showed that in a number of ways here. Decent draws into tempai. 3.
Here's a question, right? Assuming you're going for the speed option, right? Would it be better to keep the triplet of 7s in 7-man for I believe it was Matsuura's hand.
Mm.
Just because if you're going to open up the hand anyway, that guarantees you're never going to be stuck on a 9-weight, or you're never going to lose your Tateniu. It does mean you've got that 4-7 mon weight, which is a bit slower.
I think the benefit of holding that 8 mon is just to retain the door acceptance. The clean door
That's
acceptance.
Totally
In order to hold that, we'd have to hold the 7-7-7 and the 8, and we'd have to give up our 5-6-8 pin, one of those tiles at least. But as
now we've made that call, and there's a chance. Obviously, if we get the 6, that's Dora, that's great. But if we get the 9, we have no Yaku. Yeah.
This is a sort of optimistic play, though.
I think you're absolutely right, though. I think we do see one of the 9s discarded already, so there's less in the wall to draw. And as you say, yeah, we need the value there. 15,800 points is not enough, so a Dora would make a huge difference here. There's one of them, but it's not going to come out.
You could also decide to pass the call and just still aim for the Riichi, but it's starting to get late, so it's certainly understandable. Oh, and there it is!
Oh.
Rewarded. 1,000, 2,000 for the Tateniu Door 2, plus Honba, plus the Riichi stick from the last round. That's a big win for Matsuura.
Oh, did you know that Matsuura is ambidextrous, but uses the left hand more than the right?
Really?
Also, she didn't start Mahjong until she was 28, so I guess a little bit like me, but I think I started a little bit earlier than that, but I only learned about Mahjong pretty late into my early adult life, I suppose.
Yeah, Mahjong, one of those games that you don't need to be a child prodigy to have success.
That's true, yeah. Yeah, she wants to show the world that age is just number. Exactly. I love that. And we got a fan of Pokemon Track. You know what? This is just a nerd. I like you know this is cool. We have a Pokemon and Dragon Quest fan. That's awesome.
Very good.
Favorite Yaku for concealed triplets? Don't dream small. Dream big.
We saw an attempt at one of those earlier. I think it was Kojo Hit Dreams.
We absolutely did, yes.
Oh, there's a triplet for Kojo. 9-pin Dora. A little tricky to use. And Matsuura holding one of them. Would love to use that as the pair, but we already have a 7-mon pair. Of course, that can easily attach to a 6-mon or an 8-mon draw and become a sequence later. Shinohara looking pretty strong here as the dealer.
Yeah.
Closest competition for first place is Arisawa. Has some work to do with that hand, though. And the battle for second place and third place is strong.
Oh, Rogue says hello. Yes. Who'd be new to John? True. I mean, everyone's got to start somewhere, though, right? And if you're here, hopefully we're giving you some tips that are useful. But yeah, welcome.
Four-mon pickup is very good. Another four-mon pickup is excellent. Everyone wants a four-mon in this hand.
You know, I'm really excited about Shinohara's hand right now. I normally say Itsu isn't real. I think I've been on record saying that a few times in these streams, but it's just missing the 1 and the 9. That is the most real potential Itsu that I've ever seen. Even though we have seen 3 of the 1-stones have all been discarded now, and it wasn't called. Could have been called, but it wasn't. So maybe All Simples is the actual play here, and the secret plan is to cut west-west at some point. Or just reach.
There's the Dora pickup. He's been angling that for that draw for a long time.
Suddenly turns the hand into a pretty terrifying one.
Arisawa, similar 9-pin pickup, a little less strong here. Need a 7-pin, but we're definitely using the hand somehow. Which shape to cut, though?
This has places to go. It just feels like it's going to take forever to get there. But it definitely has a route. That's not quite Tempai, but it feels like it should be. But we do see... Oh, hang on. That actually might be Tempai. I'll have to check again. But
Or Shinohara, at least the 3-mon, 6-mon would be ideal for Pinfu and Himeko-chan's. Ishantan here for Kojo.
Yeah, just got to take it. Doesn't feel fast, but it's what it is. That is Tempai, if we're willing to wait on the 3-mon.
Oh, no?
No, it's not.
Quite.
Is it is? No, it's not. Why did I think... Why did I count that Sozi shape as 6 tiles? That's 7 tiles. I'm being very dim. My apologies.
Challenge here. Still Ishantan for Matsuura. She really wants something connected to the 3-pin or 6-pin. I saw it needs 7-pin desperately, but a lot of those are being held up here by Kojo. If we draw the west, it'll be interesting if I assume as dealer, we would consider taking the Shapo Riichi, but it's a bad weight and we already have a lead. Might not be the best idea to take that Riichi. Kudama.
Yeah, you definitely take the Tempai, but whether you just Dama for a hopefully sumo only, or...
Speaking of Tempai, declined.
Yes.
Kojo did not like
Seven
the
So's
Senso
really bad weight.
Kanchan.
One's been discarded already, but it's just a 7. I understand it.
Yeah, so much more value if we
Especially
can
considering...
get Himeko in the pinzer.
Playing from the behind is so tricky sometimes.
I think if Matsuura hadn't just sumoed that last hand, she probably would have slammed the Riichi. Now the gap is slightly larger. She wants more points out of this.
I think that's totally fair, yeah. So where are those points coming from? Oh, pure sequence potentially, and yeah, okay, that answers my question immediately.
Yeah,
Okay,
5-pin or 8-pin draw necessary here. Similarly, Shinohara looking for 3-mon, 6-mon. But those are being held up. Was that Chitoi?
I think it might be.
Ishantan.
It's not there yet, but it could be.
We'll be waiting on the Dora in the future, unless she manages to draw the last one.
You know when you get these feelings that sometimes the hand's just going to go to exhausted draw. You know that feeling. Just I feel like everyone's just locked themselves up a little bit.
Right. The issue here is that the tiles that everyone desperately needs are paired up in other players' hands. Like the entire Suji, 3-6-mon that Shinohara really wants is paired up by Arisawa. Here's another 6-mon.
Exactly.
7 tiles in 2 players' hands.
Awkward situation, because if you go for efficiency, maybe the right choice is to cut the 7, but you really want to draw Dora 3, right?
Yeah, I think...
Especially in the position where you need a big win. You might be in 3rd place, but you want to be in a decent 2nd, if not 1st, going to South 4.
Yeah, in that spot, I think I usually sacrifice the Dora 3, but that might be incorrect here, just given the point situation, especially if she's angling for a 1st, even from this spot, with her dealership remaining, of course.
That is a good point, though. We are playing Mondo TV rules, so there is I think it's a 20,000 point bonus to the person who gets first compared to the normal spread. So there's definitely a lot of motivation to try and get first if you can. It's going to be a lot, though, to do. Getting 24,000 points in 2 hands. Although I guess Matsuura does have last dealership, so it doesn't have to be 2 hands if she keeps winning.
Exactly. And we saw a call from Kojo for Tempai. She might not take a win here. It might be more valuable for her to go to Ryukyu and collect no-ten payments. Or even hope that the dealer is Tempai and we get to repeat.
It always feels weird that the tactics around sometimes just letting it go to exhaustive draw, because it actually benefits me even though I lose 1,000 points. Sometimes it's interesting and also tough. Also, yeah, I should mention that we do actually finally have Tempai. Did I miss that? I missed that.
Awkward.
5-8 pin.
This Haku hasn't come out yet, and yeah, she's going to break on it.
It makes sense. Being in 4th place, you really can't deal at this point. It's just too expensive.
You're expecting that someone's Tempai here. It's actually really surprising that no one else is.
Exactly. What did you cut here? West? Just stay safe? Yeah, you
Indeed.
have to.
Yeah, it's efficient to cut away from the Manzu block if it's Furitan, but with the lead, Shinohara doesn't even need to be Tenpai here.
Exactly, yes. Move the game on. In fact, it's probably in Shinohara's best interest unless she gets a massive win, just to move the game to South 4 anyway while you're in the lead, right? We don't often talk about intentionally passing Tenpai, but you have that control, you have that power. You can say, you know what, we're moving on to the next hand now.
A quick count to the tiles here, as we do have Tenpai for Arisawa. She did pull in the last door. Will she Riichi? Dama on the 5-mon. A poem.
Wait, no, that was breaking Tenpai, right?
For Chitoi Tenpai.
Oh, okay. Yes.
And then
yes.
Shinohara actually accepts the Tenpai. So we may see a repeat. It's Dama, Chitoi Door 2, or Arisawa, 6,400 points.
Chitoi Damador, it always feels wrong to me. I just like flipping her too much. But make a good point. Significant if they manage to pull it. Especially considering the score situation.
Kojo now with almost a must-fold spot here. Dealer showing that they're trying to be Tenpai. I mean, it's hard actually to tell sometimes whether these calls are for just K10 and there's no value, or if they finally got the tile they're looking for, they're Tenpai for their big hand.
Yeah, you never know. Unless you know where the door are, but we don't. We haven't seen a single 9-pin, I don't think, from any player.
Yeah.
So if you don't have them, at this point, someone has them, and if the dealer's showing that they're Tenpai, gotta be a little bit concerned. But not this time.
Yeah. Dora paired up in two different players' hands. The Tanya was just a Tanya. And we'll exchange 1,500 points. Shinohara with a repeat.
Go again, South 3.
One more opportunity to extend the lead further. In this case, she matched the pace of second place. Each player picking up 1,500.
Exactly so. And second is going to be happy just to pull away from the others. Because sometimes, even though I think it's with the return of 20 and the rank bonus of 20, 40 points for first place, there's still it's still a very nice reward to go for second. And yeah, these auto tables are amazing, right? Aren't they?
Oh, I love these. Each pair is a good start. A collection of pin tiles, and Kanchans in the other shapes means that if you get some lucky pin draws, you can think about Honitsu. But if you draw extensions to the other tiles to improve the shapes, probably just be east only. Now you pin the door
I do
again.
like the idea. Yes, about to say a repeat of the door, same door each time.
Oh my!
Just like the last one. No. I don't want to predict that. That last hand was too tense.
These Hypai seem a little bit worse than the ones we saw in the last hand. Of course, last hand took so long for anyone to get Tenpai, so maybe the slightly worse set of starting tiles means that we'll get better draws.
I could see that. Obviously, the less useful tiles you have in the hand, will that be called? It absolutely will. The less useful tiles that you have in the hand, the more tiles that will be useful to draw to advance it. I think it's exponential, right? The closer you get to Tenpai, you'll have exponentially less tiles to actually get you even closer.
Slow, super slow going for Kojo. Oh, that's an excellent draw.
Unfortunate. But yes. But with 9, oh wait, no, they called the East. They're fine. They can use the door if they want to.
Ooh. Considering the 7-pin, holding the Dora. We draw the 5-pin, of course. We can sacrifice the Dora, but at the 8-pin, we get a little extra value. So,
yeah. I think keeping both the 6-7 and the 7-9, there's a bad overlap there, right? If you want to draw the 8, you can use Dora, but keeping both shapes just sort of reduces the amount of tiles you have that get you to that next step closer to Tenpai. So yeah, I like this.
Yeah, we do
Oh,
lose.
but the worst case, the 6.
I imagine she'll just throw that back.
You just have to, don't you?
Yeah, we lose the Puln opportunity, 4-pin Puln, 7-pin Puln, but that's only 4 tiles. That's a sacrifice for potentially an extra 1,500 points. So
This is something I talk about more about in online play necessarily than real life play, but there was a big pause before that 6 came out. I wonder if, as a player, I don't actually know if you do this on live table, but if as a player, I'll see there's a pause here too. Okay, but yeah, you think, okay, so why was there a pause in that 6? It's really early. They discarded a 7, and then took a while to decide to discard 6. What's going on in Uppers Pinzu?
yeah,
Just would you have that thought?
absolutely.
In a live game?
I'm definitely a player that tries to think a lot about what players are thinking about as they're playing, and so if players are pausing, that's definitely giving away some sort of information. And in the moment you might not be able to tell what that is, but it's something to keep in the back of your head. And then maybe if they discard another tile near that area or another like a whole block from that area, it's sort of a signal of what they were thinking at that time. You can go back to that previous pause and try to work out what it was.
And as you say that, yeah, we saw the 9 come out. So yeah, you can definitely trace that 6 back to, okay, so they cut a 6 early, they thought about it, and then they cut a 9. So what's going on with 7-8? or 6-7 or something, something like that.
Indeed. In this case, the 9's coming out just because we can draw 3, 4, 5, so then have a really nice lower pin shape, a sequence shape.
Value is nice. Efficiency is often nicer. Yeah.
Especially, we've called open, and we're getting to the end of the first row, or even into the second row. So, we're at a stage where we're a little vulnerable now, and we need to make sure that we're getting to Tenpai quickly. Otherwise, when other players catch up with Riichi, we're going to be in a very vulnerable state.
But not just speaking of speed, with that 2-so draw, we actually get a chance of a mixturable sequence as well in 2-4 of each suit. I always look for some mixturable sequence. It never happens, but you've always got to look for it, because one time if you're not looking, you miss it. But we could see a 6-pin or 7-pin draw, the pair getting swapped to that side of things, and a chance for that 2-3-4. Maybe. A lot of the 2s are going, though.
Yeah.
Like we see 3 of them right here, so that's going to be a little bit less likely, but you got to...
The Sanshoku is one of those hands where you don't want to necessarily force. You definitely can... oh, there's a Chie into Tenpai, winning 1-4 so. You definitely need to keep it in the back of the hand. You don't necessarily have to force it unless you absolutely must have the value in order to meet your comeback condition, but it's always good to be...
Yeah, open is only worth one hand, so it's not needed, but it's just nice to always have that in the back of your mind, right? Can I build a mixture sequence here? Which shape am I which shape am I cutting first? Am I cutting a 2-3 or a 7-8? They seem about equal. But the 2-3 could be a mixture sequence, so I'll keep that one.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah. Don't always have to hard commit or anything like that, but that moment when you choose the wrong one, you look back and you're like, oh, this could have been an extra 2-hand. Oh. It never feels good. But yeah, Tenpai for relatively cheap, but there's a Riichi stick, and they are dealer, so no reason not to just keep the game going, I suppose.
And again, 2 calls, so players should be expecting Tenpai. I imagine, the value isn't too large here, but that being said, you don't want to make your condition any harder than it has to be. So there's a little bit of balancing, like how expensive is it for me to be no 10 here if it goes to Ryukyoku, versus how expensive is my hand if I want to win it, and how expensive is the hand if I deal in. So it's a balancing of expected values there.
Exactly. By my count, it was only I think 2-tile wait, then being 2 1-sos. One was just drawn and played though, so that answers that question about how likely that hand was to win.
And
I was about to say, we saw a lot of the 4-sos discarded. So that 1-4 shape was pretty rough. 2 1-sos were also discarded.
Yeah, just the 1,500 plus sticks.
You know what? It's points.
Extends the lead further. One more reroll to try to win a big hand and solidify a lot of points for your team.
The other interesting thing, is when the dealer is ahead and keeps winning cheap hands. It feels great as you're the dealer. You feel like you're invincible. You can't stop winning. But that's more opportunities for someone else to have a massive hand, right?
That's true. A big, Mangansumo, Hanumansumo, and suddenly as the dealer, you're eating the larger penalty for that. Could be tragic, but I feel like, in this type of tournament where it's a league and the long-term results matter, any opportunity that you have to increase the points for your team is something that the players have been taking.
Absolutely. We talk about rank bonuses and how many points they're worth, but points are also worth points, So go for it if you can.
Especially as dealer when you've got a multiplier to the points that you earn. Dora South in the South round.
It might be a multiplier of 1,000, but it's still a multiplier. Yeah, it counts. It counts.
Another East pair to start for Shinohara. It is the indicator, so only one East left if she wants to open her hand.
The counterpoint to that is, I think if someone draws the East early, I think it might be relatively easy for them to discard it.
For sure. In fact, the fact that it hasn't come out yet kind of signals that it's in the wall somewhere.
Exactly. But for how long?
Matsuura with
For how long?
pretty nice shapes here. She's a couple tiles away from Tenpai. Arisawa picked up a nice 8-so, working towards another fast Riichi. Kojo has a singleton of the South, and that's going to stay in hand forever because she desperately needs points.
Yeah. It is rough when you're playing from behind and you have no real choice but to attack, and even though you know it's not efficient, it's just the only path you have to victory. You have to go for it. Tricky sometimes.
Potentially a very sneaky wait for Arisawa if she can find Tenpai soon. Could be on Shampon 8-pin Chun. Dragon, an auto tile that, auto tiles typically pass against these Riichis. Certainly more safe than a random tile.
Quite interesting that Shinohara cut the Kanchan, that 6/8 so shape. No, sorry, 6/8. Sorry, 4/6 mon.
Well, collecting these so tiles, it looks like she might have thoughts of.
Yeah, I was wondering if there is some extra value brewing in that hand.
Who needs to find hedge if you're just sacrificing bad shapes?
But yeah, it's in the oven. Is it going to cook? Is it going to have enough time to cook? Maybe.
There's also just
will we draw a 7-pin? Also a pair. Yes, that would also do it as well.
South, and it comes out. Okay. Matsuura tests out the dangerous Dora, and it passes. This is an opportunity for Kojo to discard it if she thinks it's slowing down her hand. But if she wants the value, she might drop something else.
I guess it's not too bad to cut the South, right? Because you're trading Dora 2 for all simples. So you only lose really one hand of value if you're thinking about it like that. Unless you get really, really lucky and draw Dora 3, but that's...
Yeah, you could also get really, really unlucky and draw the 1-so. The Himeko and the Tateniu.
Yeah, true. But it's fine. You just don't accept the 1-so. You send that back.
Oh, hello. Multi-sided weight.
Tenpai, yes.
Got that 3625. If she wants to slam a Riichi here, it's for Riichi Nomi. Unless she gets the Pinfu side of it.
It's an awkward situation because, as you say, it might not be worth enough to overtake anyone, but at the same time, I feel like you just have to go for it, right?
Oh, and that's the draw.
Oh. So I think unless this is a 7-pair switch, in which case, probably that's yeah.
Oh, it's a really tough decision.
7 pairs Dora 2 would be really interesting. The 7 goes out first, just in case we draw South. Okay, got it. There's still 2 in the wall, right? But you've seen one discarded, and it wasn't called, so the odds are the 2 remaining are not going to be any players' hands here.
Yeah, South was safe against the Riichi, but she chose to hold it, but she doesn't get it to wait. But the second South comes out, and now looks like it's going to be a Tateniu play most likely for Kojo.
Tenpai, Reach comes out.
Arisawa fighting for first, not willing to let Matsuura take over second place.
And the South finally comes out because it's a safe tile. And that there are only one left to draw. Makes sense. Well, we have a potential half-flush switch, as we were talking about that earlier.
I mean, this would be a huge hand for Shinohara, but Ipatsumo
Ipatsumo!
with Ura as well. Riichi, Ipatsumo, Chun, Ura.
Goodness me.
4,000, 4,000 plus 2 Honba, and she gets the Riichi stick from Matsuura.
I don't think that's enough to overtake just yet, but
it certainly makes it
definitely
close.
puts her in range, yeah.
We're going to have an exciting all last. Matsuura
This
also
was a sprint.
gets closer to 4th place.
So this match might have felt like a sprint for Matsuhara, but actually it's a marathon, and now you slowed down a little bit. Oh no! Gotta find the last bit of energy to push through into South 4. Keep that lead if you can.
This is Saipai not so bad for Matsuura. Needs some work, but pretty average start. Keep the East potential. Aim for a couple extra blocks. Arisawa.
Yeah, this changes the last dealer thought process, right? Because now you were going for second place, but second place is pulled ahead.
Yeah, the gap between first place and second place is 9,000 points, so Mangan Sumo is enough for second place to overcome that gap.
Actually, good point. And then, well, at this point, because third place. Oh wait, no, yeah. So second place, yes. But yeah, third place has just got a really awkward start here, I think. Because you're in that horrible situation where you're at risk of losing fourth, but you have to do so much work to get out of third and get to second.
Yeah, 7,800 points, the gap from 4th place to 3rd place.
One thing we should also talk about is we are running on Mono TV rules. And a rule that hasn't come up, I don't think, in any of the games I've played. But each match is limited to 80 minutes, and then I think after the 8 minutes have finished, we having one to finish the hand they're playing, and they play one hand more. We are currently 75, almost coming to 76 minutes into this match.
Oh my.
So even if the dealer here keeps it going, there might not be much Mahjong left in this game to play. I'm cheering for you, Matsuura, but you don't have much time left to make something happen.
That's a very good point.
Maybe 2 more hands? 3 more hands max?
Yeah, even with the auto tables, there's still a lot to consider in these hands themselves, so play might slow down as players are exceedingly cautious.
It's a good point. And especially if you're Shinohara, imagine just letting the game go by. But this thing, we've definitely had a lot of Mahjong. Like it, and you have to keep schedules going, right? You can't just have one game last hours and hours and hours. That would be terrifying.
Still 2 more games yet to play after this.
Well, but looking at value, I do see that mixed triple sequence 789. It's so unlikely, but when you are in that position, you have to look for value where you can find it.
And speaking of value, Arisawa with South pair, that's double South for her. And door 2, so that's the Mangan she needs. Even opening up prematurely for the 6-0 will move straight forward towards that.
I think that's totally fair. When you have the value, you have to make it happen. And there's the South. If it gets played, it will be called.
But Shinohara also knows that, Arisawa uses double South, so she might just hold it forever and say, you're never seeing this tile from me.
Yeah, exactly. It's also first place privilege, right? When you are in first place by that much, you can decide, you know what, I'm going to make sure you don't win. And I don't need to win this hand, as long as you don't.
You have to consider also the possibility that she has a double South or door 3 or something of that type in her hand, because from this position, the gap to to 3rd place is just over 20,000 points. It's very unlikely that Arisawa is going to lose 2nd place unless dealer wins a big hand. So is this just an open to confirm 2nd place, or is she angling for an open Mangan? And it's much more likely that she's got the chance at open Mangan, in which case you have to think, what what types of hands can you open for that will get you a Mangan even open? As you mentioned, this is similar to the poker ranges, right?
Exactly, yes.
Tanyao door 3, Tanyao door 2, Toy Toy, double south door 2 or door 3, something along those lines.
Yeah, exactly. And when we're talking about Yakuhai, we can see... obviously, it's not going to be the red. It's not going to be the white. Green, I think, is still alive. So that's definitely a possibility.
It just once cut. Oh, I see 2. So that's not possible either.
Oh, no, yes, I missed that. But yes. So really, there aren't many choices left for Yakuhai. In fact, there is only one choice left, and it is the south, as you say. So if you're ruling that down as an option, it is so limited. You have to play around it, especially in situations like this.
It is Isha dead for Arisawa, but she must have the south in order to win. It will be interesting if she gets the chance to Chie 3-pin, because that will sort of give up the game. You've got a 6-so Pon and a 1-2-3-pin Chie.
It makes a statement, but also just being Tenpai, I think, is worth it almost. If you're just going to play to sumo, because at this point, I'd expect people not to play south, right? Mm. So I would be tempted to call for Tenpai if I'm going to be that aggressive.
One tricky thing she could do is Chie 2-3-4-pin. And not accept Tenpai, but it leaves her with a 5-6 pin. And it makes it look a lot more like Tanyao. Oh, there's a south, and Matsuura has to push. She has to win this hand. Push. So does she hold off with the 8-mon first, but she wants the door acceptance. 9-so 7-so?
I think I would at least consider, it just comes out.
Come out, it's sufficient, and that is exactly what Arisawa was looking for. 3-pin is the winner here.
Okay, we've hit the 80-minute mark, so... if this game does not end this hand, the next hand will be the final one, I believe.
Each. Kojo's fighting for that third place.
3-pin is Tsuji. The 3-pin deals in. We do see 2 of them discarded. But we know 3-pin doesn't deal into a 5-6 shape to that Riichi.
Shinohara has the safe south. 8-mon gem. Matsuura's taking this fight. Again, if Arisawa... Oh, let's see, the extra 1,000 points, does that change things? I don't believe so.
No, I don't think so.
I think the gap was 9,000 points to begin with, right? So it would then tie.
Yes.
If Arisawa hits Kojo or Matsuura with a 3-pin for Mangan, she would earn 9,000 points and tie Shinohara for first place.
I believe that the rank bonus is shared on a tie, right? I'm just going to quickly check that to make sure. I believe so.
Very good. In the meantime, the 7-mon comes out. That will be Riichi, Tanyao, Pinhu, not Himeko, but Dora, Una. That's a Hanuman.
Oh my. Well, we don't need to worry about that right now.
And just like that, a huge swing in placement. All of a sudden, Kojo takes over third place. It's Arisawa who will claim first. Shinohara with a second place, 31.8, possible 11.8 score. Kojo steals the third place away with a brilliant Ura 2. And Matsuura falls to fourth.
Arisawa, previous Yukan Fuji champion, winning for their team in 2022.
Wow, impressive. What a finish too.
Today.
This, I don't know, what was the highlight of this game for you? I think for me it was the Ura 2 hands. There were multiple of those, and they had...
There were, that's true, impact. Yes. I mean, I've got to say, that the highlight's got to be the last hand, though, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Whenever someone makes a comeback victory, you have to respect it.
Yeah,
yes, what a game.
It was Riichi, Tanyao, Pinhu, Dora, Mangan. And that would have been enough. That would have been enough for Shinohara to claim first place by 1,000 points. However, the Ura 2 is what swapped things around. And, Kojo, who had been down all game long, coming up with that big win in all last is so strong. Keep the present, keep in it mentally. Build that monster hand and claim the win.
It's never over until it's over. You always just have to just keep that focus. Exactly. Mahjong is definitely a game where things sometimes go badly, and you mentally want to give up sometimes. But don't. You got to keep believing yourself. Just focus. All it takes is one, maybe two good hands, and you're back in. But yeah,
Excellent.
what an amazing game.
And we'll have more games to come. 2 more to play in this session 4,
You'll
second
be
half.
joining us for game 2. Well, you for game 2.
I believe Gemma's going to be joining us.
I'm
amazing.
here. Yes, I hope you can hear me.
Oh, we can. That's wonderful.
Welcome.
Ideal. There's always a technical issue at the last minute, I find.
If you want to talk about technical issues, I had the wrong microphone set yesterday, so I wasn't as high quality as I would normally be.
Where was the microphone set, though? You have to add that in for the audience.
So that's the way things. Yeah, it was. I had I have a webcam and a microphone, and the webcam's in a box, and it was plugged in, and I didn't realize that the software we use to have this call set that as a default, and so that whole stream I was
Talking to a cardboard box.
my webcam microphone inside a cardboard box. Hopefully, you guys were having at least I was clear enough. Hopefully, fingers crossed. But yes,
I chuckled to myself for quite a while when I read that you'd done that.
I won't lie. I closed my computer down. I went downstairs. I stared at the wall for a bit and thought, "Oh, what have I done?" Before just laughing it off and coming back.
Yeah. You've been broadcasting for quite a while. These things happen. So.
Oh yeah. At least like it's not a situation where like you had the microphone muted the first like 2 hours of the stream.
Yes, I've done that for
I have done that too.
Very unfortunate.
Streaming is all about making mistakes once and then learning from them. That's my top tip for the day.
Exactly. It's the same
Only
for Mahjong
once,
as well.
eh? Yeah, I was about to say, it sounds like good advice for the game, too.
Also true, yeah. I mean, that definitely... The amount of times that I deal into a orphan's hand because I've stopped paying attention to the first, 8 discards of a player. It only happens once every, year or so. But then I get that reminder, I'm like, oh yeah, no, I need to... that shame of I made that mistake. I wasn't paying attention. Oh no!
32,000
For some reason, Big Dragons is the one that always catches me out, and I'm like, how can that catch you out? Like you just watch them build those dragons. I know. Wow.
Surely,
if they call one and have a second one concealed, if they call one and have a second one concealed, then that can catch you out.
It's always too open, and I'm just a complete moron.
Oh no! I'm sorry.
I know. The Gemma special.
We had a couple Dragon Dreams in this first game, but they all ended up falling a little bit short. It was really funny though. The players, the tune I think was both times was twice cut.
It was,
and the player gave up, and then later in the hand drew the final red dragon for the potential Shosangan.
Little two dragons is real, but big two dragons, no dreams, no dreams allowed.
That hurts though. That really hurts when that happens.
It's true. Yeah.
Oh, thanks.
But at the same time, you can't know, right? There's no way for you to know that the one tile left would have been drawn by you.
Yeah, surely.
In the next, we're taking you 9 tiles to draw it.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way to know.
At some point, it just becomes efficient to discard it.
Yeah. You have to say to yourself, I made the right decision at the time.
So, Mahjong, you're punished for dreaming and you're punished for not dreaming. And there's basically 0 win conditions.
And that's why we love the game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, everyone looks awkwardly at the floor when someone says that. Like, why do you like Mahjong? And I was like, yeah, why do I like Mahjong?
It's that moment when you decide, the one time you actually do decide to dream and it comes true. Or perhaps when you're playing the game and you're in South 4 and then you flip over 2 and get first place. You know, it's that moment there. That's what we play Mahjong for.
The few times it works, it keeps us coming back.
Therapy. Yeah, we all need therapy, to be honest.
Maybe.
But I heard that Nathanael had an amazing run in Chicago. Tell us.
I did. So over the past weekend, there was the Chicago Area Riichi tournament. It's essentially the Chicago Open for the U.S. In the Midwest, and a lot of people flew out all over from the West Coast, from the East Coast. A lot of local players stopped in. I believe there were about 104 players, and
Wow.
it was a really exciting tournament for me, and it went very well. I think by the end of the day one, I was up near the top 8 or so, and
Oh, wow.
I had some really exciting situations that played through. I think the most exciting moment for me during the normal portion of play was at the start of day 2, when I got to sit down at a table with Corak, who will be broadcasting later tonight. Matthew M, who has won the American Riichi Mahjong League end of season showdown, Champions Showdown, very strong player, and Rising, who is another super strong player from Seattle. He won the first big tournament of the year and has placed highly in every single tournament since then. So it was essentially a monster table, and somehow, thanks to Haitei Sumo on Doratanki, managed to pull first in that game. That set me up for a really strong finish. I barely made the final table by placing second in my final game, and the final table was an incredible experience. It's cut straight from 8 Hanchan down to 4 players, and got the third spot. It was a brilliant final. It was a lot of fun, really tense, really exhilarating, and it was a 2 Hanchan set.
Congratulations!
Wow!
In the end,
that's awesome.
I got I got 3rd place in the first game and 1st place in the second game, but it wasn't quite enough for me to take over at the top. I fell a little bit short. I was tempai for the Mangan Sumo that I needed to win overall, but because of the 30-10 Uma that was in place in that game, I fell a little bit short and got 2nd place. But I was very happy with that performance.
Wow, 30-10 Uma, they were not messing about.
No, it was really funny because at one point in the second game, I won a dealer Haneman, 18,000 points, and that made my win condition 2,000 points harder. Because it moved the player I was chasing one placement closer to me, so I needed to pick up an extra 20 points. Winning 18,000 points made my condition harder, but it was fun.
That's the interesting sort of tactics you have to start thinking about in a tournament venue. When because you don't just have to worry about the table, you have to worry about the overall scores. Oh goodness!
Yeah. Nathanael will be going back for another attempt at first, I'm sure.
Oh,
and
absolutely.
then are you doing the because I can never, because it's American Riichi Association now, right? It's no longer the North. So, but you earn points from attending that event and doing well.
That's right.
Then go into your eligibility to participate in one final mega tournament to decide who gets to go to Tokyo 2025, right?
Absolutely. The way the US system works is you earn points towards the invitational tournament that will be held at Sparrow's Nest in January. And earning 2nd place at this tournament, I think, locks up a spot for me. So I will be very likely to be playing in that invitational tournament come January and hopefully have a chance to qualify for Team USA for WRC 2025 in Tokyo.
Oh, very exciting. Well, I hope to see you there then.
Yeah, good luck.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you are quite high on that invitational list, actually. Sorry, I was just looking at their website. I can see your points. So, yeah, for sure you're getting the invitation now. I can't see that anything's going to change that much in the next 3 months, right?
Yeah, and looking at the list of players there, it's a very strong group of players. So I imagine that invitational is going to be highly contested. It's going to be so much fun to play against just the most ridiculous tables you can imagine from the US scene. Every single Hanchan.
It's going to be a lot of stress, I think.
It will.
You're going to have to.
But also a lot of fun. I cannot wait.
Yeah. It's gonna. I'm looking forward to enjoying it vicariously.
Very good. And well, that is what things look like from the US scene. But I hear that there's a big event happening in Paris soon.
Yeah, we have the World Riichi Championship started off in Paris, and it's our 10-year anniversary. So we're going back to Paris to celebrate our 10-year anniversary. The host club of the very, very first event, TNT, are kindly hosting us again for the 10-year anniversary. It's going to be very exciting. And there's also a WRC 2025 seat available to the winner. I'll also make a shout out as well, because the second World Riichi League event in Cologne has been scheduled in November. So if anyone wants to participate in that, you just have to go to worldriichileague.com and you'll be able to find out all the details. So there's lots of ways to interact with WRC as we lead up to 2025. Yeah.
Fantastic. I know a lot of there are a couple of US players who are planning to attend the tournament in France, and they're very excited. I'm sure it will be an
Paris
amazing
is
event.
a beautiful city. Don't believe Emily in Paris. It's far better than that.
Very good. Well, we've got Mahjong action in Paris and also soon in the US. And of course, we've got more games from the Yukan Fuji Cup starting very soon. Thanks again, Chiral, for hopping in the commentary.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me. It's been great.
Thank you. Yes, see you soon.
I hope the next game is just as close.
Very
And has an
good.
amazing comeback at the end. I don't know who's going to be ahead and who's going to be behind, but I hope that
Makes
it all
it
comes
tougher
down
to
to the last
follow
hand.
them. Makes it tougher to follow then.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, have a brilliant rest of the broadcast.
Yeah, good night.
And yeah, I'll see you all around.
Very good. Well, we've got Team M&J, Team Map, Mahoco, and OSHIgoto Calendar, who are the players for this game.
Hey.
Looks like our first dealer will be from Team Mahoco, Miyu Nakagawa, and the south seat Team M&J, Chie Kitaba. In the west seat for Team Map, Himeko Sakuragawa, and from in the north seat from OSHIgoto Calendar, we have Marie Hazuki. And it looks like we've got a bit of a mix of players here, a couple NPM players, JPML, and Saikuisen player at this table. It's always interesting to see how the different Japanese leagues, players from different leagues interact with each other. Do you think there's any, I was asking Chiral earlier, do you think there's any difference in just based off of familiarity?
Oh, I don't quite understand the question.
Sorry. Do you think if one player is familiar with another, they might change their play style to accommodate that, or does it just whatever happens with the tiles?
Oh, I mean, you must see that in America, right? If it's your club member, then you know how they play, right? So you accommodate to, it's a piece of information, right? I will say that these people all probably know each other quite well, regardless of the league they're in. So they probably already have a good handle on each other's play style. They play a lot of Mahjong, and although Tokyo is big, it's not that big. So it's probably not as much a factor, for example, as in Europe, where you might meet a player for once a year, so you don't ever really get a good grasp on their style.
That's true, unless it's a player like Corak, who I hear every week, basically, in commentary and what introduce, and I know exactly what he would do in every situation.
That's the problem with commentating your own games, is right? Everyone gets a terrifying insight into your play style, which means that you're maybe at a disadvantage. So
that's true.
But yeah, I mean, all of these people, they're getting their lots of their games recorded. So most people, most professionals aren't just playing it; they're also watching it. They're deeply involved. So they've got lots of opportunities, more opportunities than we do to get a good eye on their opponents.
Very good. Well, we might be able to get a little bit more insight from one of these players. Jen managed to have a small little interview with JPML's Himeko Sakuragawa, who is playing for Team Map and the West seat in this game. And we actually have a little bit that we can share with you. So let's take a listen.
私も今までと同じようにマップチームから出場させていただいています。桜川ひみこです。私自身はまだ2回しか打ってないんですけど、でも今のところトータルはプラスでいい感じです。で、チームもみんな調子が良くて、今のところグループでは1位首位になってますので、このままいければなと思ってます。そうですね。マップチームは出させていただいてからまだグループで1位になったことがないので、今年はちょっと今いい感じの波が来ているので、このまま1位で駆け抜けたいなと思ってます。
Right, sweet. Nice to get a little bit of info from the players at the table. We had an interview yesterday and last week as well. I really like these little insights, little player cameos.
That's cute. And I like recognizing the backgrounds as well as the studio. It makes me, it's because they have like a green room that they can kind of retreat into.
Mhm.
And yeah, it always has a nice vibe there. People sharing their snacks and just chatting. Despite all the competition happening in the main room, it's fascinating how friendly everyone is.
Absolutely. Well, that being said, I guess we have nothing left to look forward to except for the start of the game. Shall we hop in?
Yeah. Yes, let's do it.
Right, and we can see players
Got some
trying to initial
colourful
their tiles.
jerseys this time.
Oh my, indeed.
Some of the jerseys are quite muted, but these ones I like.
Perhaps mirroring the personalities.
Maybe. I think the M League jerseys have got quite vibrant as well
Oh, I
this
see.
season. So maybe there's a trend, a fashion starting.
Indeed.
And now I get the fun of trying to read kanji slightly at an angle, which is always fun.
Well, our first dealer opening up
Nakagawa.
with no Dora. A little bit of Dora acceptance. We'll see if that hand turns into outside hand or just a Riichi. One Dora for Sakuragawa. And it's like relatively slow hands abound. Hazuki has the Hatsu pair. The Green Dragon can be called.
Nakagawa's draw is not bad. I quite like that one. Although, yeah, Kitaba with the two souths, she could sort of open up and speed through.
Yes, that's two players that have the opening chance. We'll see if we get early calls of winds or dragons. The sheeps to accompany the south pair, though, a Penchan, Kanchan, sort of middle weights or edge weights, not very optimal in terms of efficiency.
No, but I mean that would push me more inclined to call.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, those sheeps don't feel
But
as
I
bad
always
if you can call for them.
No, exactly. I do think you can always get the sort of judge of the aggression on the table. Here's our first call for the Green Dragon on whether people call quite early in the first hand.
Yeah, later on, you know, if people are calling, perhaps they have the lead and the incentive to cement that lead, or but early on when the score is even, it's an opportunity to win a big hand with Riichi. So if players are opening up, maybe it sort of signals that they are more inclined to call in general.
But there's less information at the start to really sort of understand their motivations.
Yeah, you never know if
But
they just have to repair.
Did these pros play the first game together?
No, I
Or did they
believe
switch out?
they all swapped out.
They all swapped out, right? Okay.
Still slow going. Looks like a Tateniu for Sakuragawa, potentially brewing. Even with that first call, Hazuki still searching for Tenpai.
Yeah. We're almost halfway through now. Nakagawa's holding on to that south wind, and I'm not sure what her intentions are with it, especially as the dealer. I think I would have just yoinked it out straight away.
You know, the later it goes, you start to wonder why we haven't seen any south yet.
Yeah, and she's not going to be able to throw it into this. But there we go.
It passed.
Oh, we're not going to call it.
Yeah, it seems like our dealer is really strongly pushing for that 789 Sanchoku. Especially with that early 9-pin cut, locking in the 7-9 shape.
And there's the Dora. And she's got to call the final south, right? Oh, she's got a Dora in there.
Surely. We'll see.
Unless she's... Yeah, she might be concerned about Hazuki because of this early call. We, of course, can see that she's not as dangerous as you might think.
Still, their south could act as the pair in the hand. We could find a Riichi, especially if we find an improvement in the Pinzu. Perhaps even a second Dora. Still, these honor tiles not really helping out anyone at this point.
No. Yeah. Hazuki is only one away. And Nakagawa is just not finding it, is she?
Yeah, that 9-pin, a bit of a backfire, and she'll hold it now for a little bit more efficiency. It's a great upgrade.
And that north is likely to be safe because it's her seat wind. Likely. Not a promise.
It just came out a couple turns ago, so it should still be safe, one would expect.
We have some comments from the YouTube audience that they like Sakuragawa's dress.
Ooh, 6-mon.
I always envy the Japanese lady pro fashion. I never managed to quite pull it off. Oh, and there's the call into Tenpai.
5-8 pin.
5-8, yeah.
Green dragon.
It doesn't feel good though, does it? Yeah, it doesn't feel good.
Still this late, I would be happy to shut down the hand. I'm not sure where the Dora are. Be concerned that someone's getting close, especially with a call like this. Interesting.
Yeah. That's quite aggressive.
Yeah, if I was sitting at the table, I'd be concerned that there's a Dora pair there.
And there's the 8-pin there for Nakagawa.
Tenpai.
Oh, yes, she is.
Just on the 6-mon, not a good weight, not many tiles left. She'll Dama here.
Hate that shape. Not so many tiles left. I don't think this 5-8 pin is coming out for Hazuki.
Our Sancho could draw, but our 9-mon was already gone, so we'll just toss that back.
Is it a hesitation there to check it really was the last tiles? And we are bouncing our
At the draw, 2 players Tenpai. East player in particular, notably Tenpai, so we will get a repeat.
I always feel sorry for the gentleman pros. Like they don't get as much flexibility to demonstrate their style.
You get a suit.
As much as the girls do. Yeah, they wear a suit, it's very limited. I mean, I guess you can wear a nice shirt and a fancy tie, but it's a bit restricting if you ask me.
He's got more stylish options.
Yeah. I mean, that's the nice thing about M League, right? They get to wear their nice fancy jerseys.
Ooh, this is a nice fancy high pie. With the
Start for Nakagawa.
3 pairs, White Dragon and North pair. North pair a little bit less useful, but certainly callable. And callable hand with Yakuhai means that you can use the Dora in some form, even if it's a 1-pin. Typically, somewhat limiting to have a terminal as the Dora tile.
Yeah, there's no point waiting around on this one.
I'm looking for another hand that catches the eye. No one's got Dora. That's really what I was looking for.
Yeah. They're all hidden there. So I think it really makes sense for Nakagawa to just go as fast as humanly possible.
Some amazingly callable tiles.
But I mean, if she does draw a 1-pin, sure, she can accommodate it, but I think it will really slow down the speed of her hand.
Well, at the very least, probably give up the 4-6 shape. Or there's Sancho as well, so we'll actually hold it. It's an interesting cut because the North feels like it will come out pretty readily. At the same time, it hasn't come out yet. So perhaps
Yeah. But she can always fold out if she decides that she doesn't want to be involved with those north tiles.
that is true. And holding that kanchan, the central kanchan, 4 so 6 so, it's certainly an improvable shape. You draw 3 so or a
Mm.
7 so, you're very happy. Even if a 2,
Yeah.
2 or an 8 while you're not tempai yet, it's still pretty good.
Yeah, I think once you've committed to the calling, it's okay to have those kind of, I don't know what the right word is, funky weight shapes.
Not quite
Not,
like
yeah, it's not only you have to draw, someone else has to draw it for you as well. You're going to get an assist. That's how I like to think about it.
Now, interestingly, we saw this sort of Chitoi play.
I probably would have wanted to hold on to that 9-man to see what would happen.
Dreaming of some triplets, huh?
Yeah, see, I am dreaming. I don't think it's going to happen, but I wouldn't want to let it go so early.
I don't see. Okay, 1 9 so out. No 1 so out. I mean, definitely. I think I might hold on to just a wee bit.
Yes, she's concerned about the dealer, though, right? She can see the dealer must be. I mean, they have very few tiles left to work with, so they, the likelihood is they're tempai.
Right, and again, as we said, with the Yakuhai call, could easily use the 1 pin as a pair, and that would become very expensive. And she can't see any of the Dora, so has to be concerned about that.
Tempai. And she reaches.
And not concerned
green
about
dragon.
not concerned enough to not Riichi.
You see, there you go. Enough. He's not going to risk it.
This green dragon, not really a safe tell anymore.
No, I was about to say Kitaba was going to be in trouble there, and she very much was.
Ichi, Chitoi, was that Ipatsu as well?
Yes.
Looks like it. So 4,000 will come back.
Oh, that's gotta hurt for your dealer though, right? That looked like a fast, easy one.
And it's always a little strange when Chitoi is the faster hand. Feels like whenever I get Chitoi Shanten, I stay Ishanten until the end of the game.
Just throwing pairs forever.
Exactly.
That's my feeling.
Until you have 3 pairs discarded, you can't find tempai. That's the rule.
It's too true.
These shapes look...
That was a...
Oh my.
Yeah.
Those. How about that? Your final 2 draws are a 3 pin and a 4 pin to accompany your 2 pin. And this is just...
Yeah.
What, 2 away from tempai? Right from Haipai. Right from the starting draw.
Yeah, Kitaba's going to want to make something back from that one, I think. It's not going to have been a welcome throw-in for her.
Straight into Ishanten, 1 away.
It's beautiful. As dealer, you can't ask for more, can you?
Just draw something around the 6 mon, preferably, 5 mon, 7 mon. But even any other central tie will be a good replacement for the Southwind currently in hand. Or rather, the 9 mon. Oh, that's tempai, and she'll take it the Suji trap with 2 Dora.
That's not a Suji trap. You can't call that a Suji trap.
With the Riichi Suji?
No.
I feel
Only
like
the desperate would fall into that trap.
I feel like with the declaration tile, it sets up like terminal Suji, it's at least stronger than otherwise.
Okay. Yeah, you are. Yeah, I'll give you that.
But yeah, there's a very good point. When the declaration tile is what's creating the Suji, typically it's it's not really a safe Suji cut.
But it's such an early reach. You could get someone who's just in desperation and go, "Well, I'll try it."
We saw the 9 mon draw, but 2 pin first.
You're unlikely to see those nice 2-sided weights with such an early reach. Like, they just won't have had time to build them. So I feel like reading Suji on such an early reach declaration is, it's a bit risky.
Yeah, some thought here. That's a door draw for Sakuragawa. And she will try the 9 pin. Ishanten.
Yeah, I don't think it's so early. What are you going to read from that discard pool? A west, a south, and a 6-man. It's just nothing. It could mean anything.
Certainly hard to read. Dora, Naimon, Shampoo weight. Definitely watching Nakagawa's discard. She's got that 9-mon. If she runs out of anything better to cut, it could just come out.
It could come out. Yeah, you're quite right.
But so far, very confidently discarding these safe tiles.
That Dora's not going to come out. She's entirely reliant on that 9-man.
Absolutely. And, ooh, that's a good draw for Hazuki. She might have some incentive to push for Chitoi Dora 2, waiting on the 7, so.
Yeah.
It's like
Sakuragawa is really sweating.
Yeah, she's really trying to play this hand, but trust the 8-pin over the 9-so, which is close to Dora. Oh, and that's maybe a path towards Itsu, even.
Yeah. she's not. I mean, the 6-man exactly. This is not an easy hand for her to play, though. She's not going to want to let it go. It looks like it's got some oomph behind it.
Oh, safe. They all fell sideways.
See, even the professionals fumble their tile sometimes.
It makes me feel a lot better because I've somewhat limited in-person playing experience, just because locally there isn't a lot of Mahjong, so sometimes I feel like my tile handling is a little worse than the other players at the table, but
I don't think mine ever recovered from COVID, to be honest.
No.
You know, we took that huge break and still, like, I just fumble away now.
Backfire draw on the 6-man could have been Tanya Tempai, but you know what? It's safe now, so we could just throw it back.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Keep the.
I think she set a direction. I think she has to stick to it now.
Unfortunately, the 8-so is held at least 3 times. Oh, there it comes, and she's able to cheat that for Tempai. We'll take the wide weight, not trusting, or not going to play out the safe 6-mon. Instead, take the wide 4-7 for Itsudora 1. And impressively, this 9-mon has been retained.
There's one left, though, right, in the wall.
Still some draws left to find it. That's not the 9-mon. Looks like 8-mon's. Camera angle making it difficult to see which one.
Yeah. The Mans are the least easy ones to read on these videos, I find.
Oh,
no!
The Shabo would have won. Okay, 5-pin push. I think that was
really
relatively safe. The 2 and the 8 passed after Riichi. Not that, you can really trust Nakasuji with such an early Riichi, but
no.
When you're Tempai, it's
She's seen a lot of the 6s as well, yeah.
Very unlikely to deal in.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to fold now for Hazuki. There's
Oh,
no
the
point
second
pushing.
9.
Nakagawa
has drawn them all.
That's it.
And now only Sakuragawa with the chance to win. She finds the Tsumo.
Nice.
Well played.
I think that was quite a bolshy push, though, now into a early dealer reach.
Yeah, especially
I'm not sure if I have the guts for that.
Same.
Yeah, right.
My patented power jong would have had me folding.
Yeah, I think that was quite an exciting push, but good for her.
Maybe we'll get the interview buff. Now, as the dealer, Sakuragawa. The Chundora as well. That's always interesting when there's a Dragon Dora. Oh, hello.
Someone knows how to draw tiles.
There we go. And it has the backup Yakuza as well. So if you get the, if you don't ever see the red dragon, at least you can call the green dragon to have Yakuza Dora too.
Oh my word.
There's even thoughts about Honitsu with the 2 honor pairs and all those Manzu, but after drawing the sequence shape in the Sozu and the
Yeah.
bamboo, it's
You want speed on this one, right?
yeah, it's a question, are you content with 4,000 points, or do you want to go for it all? And if you get the red dragon, it's just straight 8,000, so you want to be fast in that scenario.
I think I'm just waiting for bated breath for the next draw here. There you go.
Okay. Still hedging everything here. Let's say these players...
The red dragon's not going to come out, is it?
Discarding quite confidently.
But there are a lot of Manzu in other people's hands.
Yeah, actually, that's a good point to read the early discards here. Not a lot of Manzu coming out, only from one player so far.
I don't think I'd want to build a flush hand in the Manzu suit looking at these discards, personally. I like keeping that bamboo sort of fail-safe.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to make that play unless we draw, say, the 3-mon immediately. That might encourage us. Even the 7-mon I don't think is strong enough to make me commit.
We're progressing into the second stage of the game, and if those tiles aren't coming out, she's not going to see the red dragon, let's be honest. So we're really hoping to see the green, which we haven't seen yet, right? It's not in anyone's hand.
Right. Of course, there's only one left because it is the door indicator. So that's really 2 tiles that you're not expecting to see quickly. That was a force of draw, so that...
She could call it, and we're just waiting for either the red dragon or the green dragon. That's one of the strengths here.
That is a very good point. You'll never be missing your Yaku.
Yeah. But that is, of course, if someone gifts those Manzu you need, because she's unfortunately completed a shape over there in the bamboos.
Right, you're really hoping you could maybe call a couple times from the Manzu and then surprise be waiting in the Sozu, but unfortunately it hasn't worked out that way. Look at this. Holding that red dragon forever, as you predicted. Getting away from the 9-mon pair.
These people aren't going to throw points onto the table. It's just not going to happen.
This late into the game, surely someone has a pair already. An interesting idea might be to hold all the pairs and just aim for Chitoy using the dragon, but with a completed sequence.
You haven't kept that 5 bamboo. Oh, there's the 3, man.
The 4 or the 8 here? Or the 1, I guess, is similar.
8, right? It's got to be because then you can call the 4-man. Oh, okay, I was wrong. But then you can pawn the 4-man, right?
Right, maybe she's decided, as you pointed out, the Manzu is really tough to come out here. Maybe some people are just holding the 4s as their sequences, and she'll never see it. Well, similar choice now.
Mahjong is a cruel game.
Yeah, these small... Oh, that's Tempai. Will we see it? Wow.
Okay.
An instant pawn.
What's she going to throw?
Could wait on the 7-mon with the 1-mon cut. Let's see, the Riichi...
Yeah, you don't have to set up another suited trap. We've already got 1 4-man out, I think. Throwing another 4-man is a little bit... I like the 1-man cut, I think, personally.
So the Riichi came out across the table. I'm trying to read those discards and see... Okay, so it looks like maybe a 997 had come out.
Yeah, I was trying to read. I can't quite see them.
So she thought maybe the 8 was a little
7,
safer.
9, yeah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
It's a little tempting to wait on the 7 itself because it's Genbutsu to do the Riichi.
I can't see how many 7s we've seen there. I think we've seen 2 7s, right?
That could very well be the case.
Yeah.
In terms of the 5s, those are all held, so wait is not live. At this point, you wish you were on the Green Dragon 4-mon. 6-pin a little bit too tough to push. He backs away. even with Dora
Yeah.
3. And she's right.
Yeah.
That is the expensive side.
It's a shame for Nakagawa, but she doesn't. We're still in East round. She doesn't need to make a crazy push and lose a lot of points going into South. So
It's
she's still
interesting.
got a dealership left.
Sakuragawa pushing against the dealer Riichi and taking 2,000 points, and Nakagawa folding with 8,000 points against the dealer Riichi. The difference between the two, of course, being Sakuragawa was pushing against a very early dealer Riichi, and Nakagawa was pushing against a late dealer Riichi that's had time to build good shapes and value.
Exactly right. Yeah, I think that's a really important point, that if we do have any sort of beginner players listening, watching, I really hope you listen to that point that Nathanael just makes. It's really, the timing of those Riichis does reveal quite a bit of information about whether the weight is good, whether there's value. Late things, I'm always a little bit more cautious about if I can't see the agenda. If I can see it's a shutdown or something else, if I can see Dora, I worry less. But in this turn, yeah. I really agree with you.
The camera pointing to Nakagawa there, as we get to see her see that the tile that she drew was indeed the deal-in tile. It's one of the most rewarding things in Mahjong, I think, is seeing that you held the deal-in tile.
It's the thing you get no credit for, apart from in your own soul.
Right, as you pay your Ryukoku payments, you're like, yes, I saved myself 8,000 or more points.
I am a great player still. Yeah. You don't know it, but I'm an amazing player. I think that's really why I like playing defense. I get some twisted pleasure about holding other people's winners.
Yeah, when I was first learning Mahjong, it was really, defense was more important to me than offense. So I actually had to learn to fight against hands because I appreciated defense more. Usually it's the other way.
Yeah, it is the other way. And I think because defense can be quite a dark art in Mahjong. Yeah, I think people do sort of tilt towards the offensive. But, then again, you've just learned your Yakushi off by heart. Of course you want to sort of put it into practice, right?
Surely.
Get a bit of credit for being able to do it. Which I said you get no credit for playing safe. No one cares and no one knows.
The only time they know is when you end up Tanki on that tile and you get to reveal your hand at Yukoku. Like, yes, I threw away my entire hand to wait on this one tile and you get to see it. The only way revealing that sort of information is polite.
Yeah. No, it's a real struggle, right? I think for people to not show, I knew that you were waiting here. I really want to do that sometimes, but it's not just not polite. It's just plain rude.
Right. Yeah, an interesting choice there. If you're really greedy, you can aim for Itsu, but it's pretty far away. You need 2 very specific tiles. So it's very normal to play the efficient shape here. Or Hazuki.
Yeah. Not feeling Hazuki's hand. Nakagawa has 2 Dora again. She seems to get good draws that just don't seem to get any purchase.
That's actually something that I know a lot of players struggle with when they keep having good chances, but they don't come to fruition. It can be mentally taxing.
It's definitely a trigger for going on tilt.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
Triplet of the dragons.
Yeah. I loved concealed dragon triplets.
You can make an innocuous call and suddenly, surprise, I had 2 of them. I had all 3. You got a single Yakuhai call? This looks like, a relatively inexpensive hand and...
Tenpai.
So, not interesting Dama here because the 4-mon draw gives you Sanchoku and Tanyao as a 3-han upgrade. Seems like she really values that upgrade here. But it's only 1 tile that gets you there. What do you think about that type of situation?
I mean, if it's Sanshoku, it's the kind of nonsense I would do. I'm not going to lie.
You are the Dama Queen after all.
I am the Dama Queen. I mean, it's a big upgrade though, because it upgrades you with 3 hands. So yeah, I think you should Dama.
I
Personally.
quite like this personally, and not just because
Yeah.
it's an upgrade for 2, 3, 4 Sanchoku specifically.
Oh, you like 2, 3, 4
Oh, it's my
Sanshoku? I didn't
favorite.
realize we had. Oh, I didn't believe you had. Didn't realize you had particular favorites of Sanshoku.
Yeah, forget favorite Yaku. It's which of the Sanchokus is the best? That's the real debate.
That is extreme. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, small.
Somewhat that. I mean, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, what Riichi Pinfu? It's not worth it. It's worth a Dama to see if you can get something a bit more exciting in there. I think.
yeah, I believe Hazuki had the lead, so that may be another reason to hold the Dama. You're not risking anything when you can't see the Dora. Indeed, it was Nakagawa who had upgraded that Dora pair of 6-mon into a triplet, so she was looking really expensive. Certainly would have fought against a Riichi.
Now we're on East 4, aren't we?
Yeah, Hazuki now with the dealership. South Dora. These initial tiles look quite awkward.
Yeah, not feeling this as a dealer. Not feeling this at all.
I'm thinking like my best chance is to call for 1, 2, 3 Sanchoku, and that's already telling you what I
That's
feel about
really
this hand.
tragic. Yeah.
Oh, immediate Dora
I mean,
pair.
she's leading though, so I wouldn't. Yeah, I've got no advice, Hazuki. Just sob internally and hope no one else does something better than you.
Yeah. You noted Nakagawa with the Dora draws, immediately pairing up her wind as well.
I mean, Nakagawa's getting insane draws, but as I said, she's got the gift of the good draws, but it's not come through for her yet. So yeah, and she did try that quite aggressive call earlier in the game, which didn't come through for her. So I suspect psychologically she's not in the most ideal of places.
There are some players that have really strong mental game that just let that sort of stuff wash over them, but it can definitely be a challenge sometimes. Another good draw for her means that we are approaching Tempai to away. I guess depending on what that tile is on the right hand on the side that I didn't quite see, could be even closer with that 8 sort of pickup.
Yeah. Hazuki's hand is it's just depressing. It's making me sad every time we get round to it.
Yeah, we haven't found our way to Ishanten, but the weight quality is pretty poor for Nakagawa currently.
At least she can call that south, although who's going to throw a Dora south into this? Oh, maybe it is 1, 2, 3 Sanshoku for Hazuki.
In this case, the Dora is an honor tile, but it's less usable. We're not in the south round. Only one person could call it for Yokohai, so it might be a little easier for players to drop. Oh, hello.
Oh, okay. Okay. I condemned your hand too early, maybe.
It is technically Ishanten.
It's Ishanten, yeah.
It's one of those Ishanten that you don't really recognize as such because you'd rather not be Tempai for it. You want to improve the shape first.
Right. Poor Sakuragawa, we've neglected her, but she does have a pair of north there, which is her wind.
Another tough choice, because Wonso is pretty efficient here, but it loses your chance at value.
Yeah, I think you've got to kind of keep open to that 1, 2, 3 Sanshoku, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Almost misclicked.
Early on in that final table that I was talking about earlier, I did misclick myself because I was so nervous. That's a great draw.
Oh, she's going.
Tempai.
But doesn't reach.
Interesting. I feel like there aren't too many upgrades. I guess you draw a pair, you can take a Shampo Riichi. Very interesting.
Yeah, I
was personally expecting the 6-mon cut Just break the tempai.
Yeah. Yeah.
Have a fairly wide Ishantan. But again, perhaps with this lack of door presence, taking a middle tile Riichi just on the 5-mon, for Riichi only, it's not quite what she's looking for. Oh, and she'd have this to contend with.
Oh.
Dama. With door 2, there are a number of upgrades. We can draw into Himeko in a couple different places. 6-so, 2-mon, 5-mon also work. The door draw is good. Door call is good. That's a really, really close one, because with 3 Han like this, I feel a lot of temptation to Riichi, even though the weight is bad.
I'd be slamming that reach button, I'm not gonna lie.
But there certainly are a lot of incentives to a lot of upgrade tiles, more than your average Dama, I think.
But we're in the last stage of the hand, the final third.
And I think there she was not hesitating to see if she wanted to keep the 6-mon, but to think about if she wanted to Riichi right then and there.
Yeah. We are seeing a lot of Dama here. I wonder if she was flirting with the idea of 2-3-4 Sanshoku. Maybe she agrees with you that that's the superior Sanshoku.
Okay, weight switch to Champon 8-so and South. Still Dama. If the South comes out, she can't call Roan here, but Riichi from Kitaba.
And that's a wide weight, 147 bamboo.
Worth the risk, even this late.
Yeah.
Big draw here. West. Safe.
Couldn't see it. That's west. Okay.
Another west. Oh, so close. The one so looks like it could fall out of someone's hand pretty naturally here. Sakuragawa had the choice to take 369 5010, but declined it earlier, declines it once again.
Is it an 8 pin she's got there?
Appears to be so, yes.
8 pin.
Oh, Tsumo!
Oh!
On the South, it was buried in the wall, and she found it finally. After so many door-heavy hands, she gets her Mongan.
Oh, that's a nice way to go into your second dealership.
Small South Dora 3. And the Riichi stick bonus as well.
Oh, she deserved that. I feel like she was drawing all the right tiles and nothing was happening. And it wasn't her fault. So well done, Nakagawa. I'm glad for you.
That's a really good feeling. As you said, going into your dealership, you've got some positive momentum, and it feels like you can press that forward. As long as your initial draws are good, which this doesn't look too bad.
And we are drawn at the moment at first place at the moment. So this is an important dealership for her because, you know, the first North is often the kingmaker, and she's really the rival at the moment.
A tie game, always very tense. Sakuragawa not too far behind. Could make just a Mongan and be relatively close here. In fact, Mongan Sumo would put her into first. It's Kitaba who right now is looking for the big win.
Yeah. It's a difficult position to come back from. It feels better, right, if you can slowly climb up, if you can, you know, get third and then climb up to second and then shoot for first. But when third is so far ahead,
exactly,
it feels like a bigger climb.
Well, that's a nice start. 3-pin. We can work towards Itsu now in the Dora suit.
I really don't like Itsu though. Like, it feels like it should be easier than it really is.
Itsu was the hand I was relying on in all last of the final table in Chicago. I got Itsu Tenpai, but all of my 6-mon were drawn by other players.
Itsu always lets you down.
Yeah,
I'm telling you.
It's tricky. It's because you need such specific tiles.
Exactly. And it's one of those hands, Yaku, that I think like a lot of beginners sort of lean into a little harder than maybe they should because it's an easy one to, with the list of Yaku, it's one of the more obvious ones.
Right, just get 1 through 9. And if they've
Yeah.
played other games that use straights, it's somewhat
Exactly.
familiar as well.
Exactly. And, having to teach people that, actually Pinfu is probably your main hand. So it's the least instinctive Yaku.
Yeah, even between the sequence-based hand, Pinhu, and the triplet-based hand, Toi Toi, beginner players or new players to the game tend to migrate in the Toi Toi direction, the triplets side.
I think it's, because Pinfu, because you have to have that particular way. Toi Toi, just go.
Yeah.
See what happens.
This hand's kind of steadily progressing. It's like a Pinfu type hand for Nakagawa there. A nice 8.
Interesting, yeah.
Still looking for the door though.
Yeah, a lot of pin hoarding on this table, on this hand.
Will we see 7 pin or maybe 5 pin? I think I like the 7 pin personally. I really like the 1-1-3-5-5 shape.
Oh, interesting.
Just has such good tile acceptance.
Yeah.
And in this case, it leaves the 3-4-5 Sanshika possibility open. We could draw the door, that'd be amazing. Oh, hello, 7.
Tempai.
Ooh.
There's no door in here, though.
Would you ever cut 8mon, 8mon, 8mon and just force Chinitsu out of this?
No, it's too late. Too late in the day. I take the Tempai. The question here is, do you reach on the 5 pin or the 9 pin? I don't think you can reach, can you?
8mon.
She is. She's going. Okay. All right.
Not necessarily all the way, right? We can still use it as a... Oh, wait, can't we?
I just don't think the pins are going to come out for you to call, as she says, as she throws a 9 pin. Yeah.
All right, we're going all the way. Chinitsu...
I feel every time I say something, someone proves me entirely wrong. Oh, look at those Dora. Look at that Dora triplet.
Oh, my. Sakuragawa's got a hand worth fighting for. And with all those doors in her hand, she probably is suspecting that Kitaba needs them.
Yeah, right. With that 9 pin call, you've got to think she's going flush.
If you're holding them all, maybe you're stopping that hand from completing. That encourages me to fight, actually.
Right. I would be aggressively pushing. No, I would not be letting those Dora go to waste.
Oh, Ishanten.
Reach. Oh no, Ishanten. Oh no. Okay.
I was not expecting to draw Ishanten off of
I
the 9 triplet.
I misread the Manzu. Yeah. They don't make these games boring, I will say that. They start off slower, but they really build
always
into
something
a crescendo,
exciting
right?
happening. Oh, it's super wide now. The sticky point is that 7 pin, but outside of that, the shape is amazing. No, Pinzu, we're getting so late.
It's not gonna happen. I mean, she's got to be thinking 6, 7, 8 Sandshocker, right? But again, it's a bit late in the day.
Just running out of time.
Oh.
Another Bonzu.
Sorry, Sakuragawa. I think you dreamt too hard this one time. Just reach it.
Okay, 3 door. Yes. Doesn't matter how many draws are left. That's a chance.
You could draw the 7 pin. Did she draw the 3-man? Oh, okay. Ooh.
Clears.
1 pin was accepting. Yeah.
What's the tempai? Now the chance at the 7.
Oh.
A little more pie action. Didn't feel like a Pinzu.
No. Last tile. Oh, easy to not worry, at least.
There'll be 2 players sent by Hazuki with the brave 1 pin. Manages to pick up 1,500 points for her troubles. But then you see that 4-pin triplet and you think, oh man, if I dealt into that, it'd be a completely different story.
Right. I mean, really, so much of Mahjong is just not throwing your points away unnecessarily.
Mm. And so that will put a little bit of an advantage to Hazuki. I think she was involved with that tie for first place.
Yeah.
Now takes the lead. Sakuragawa with the net gate of 500 points, but will leave a Riichi stick in the middle for her dealership. It is not her dealership, is it?
No.
Well, for the next dealership.
Yeah.
Kitaba
So
with
poor
her big
Kitaba
chance.
here is, yeah. It is tight up there, though, above her. You know, basically, our Nakagawa, Sakuragawa, and Hazuki just don't want to throw to Kitaba because that would be, yeah, that would be fairly
Especially
devastating to any one of them.
as dealer, especially that
Yeah.
not only does it give her the bonus, the dealer bonus, but also another chance to collect points.
Yeah. No one's in a position where they can, you know, if you can see it's a small hand, a quick hand, you can just, okay, I'll give you the 1,500 points dealer. Fine, you can take this one. They don't have that luxury here.
Wonder if that's going to lead to.
Are you ever that sort of person who throws points away just to sort of speed it up, or you're not in favor of that tactic?
I'm not, afraid of the Sashikomi, throwing away some points, but against dealer, usually that doesn't help too much. Only
No, because they get to keep their dealership.
right. Only if maybe my direct competition has a Dorapoln or something. They've got a triplet that I can see they've got the value.
Exactly.
Then I might be willing to take that exchange.
But usually you only have one particular rival. Usually, these things kind of divide themselves up into two. But here, all three of all three apart from Kitaba have this are rivals in this situation.
Right, and that makes
the dynamics quite exciting, right?
Indeed. There's a pawn.
Oh, pawn from Nakagawa.
The rest of the table probably not too upset about this. Especially Hazuki, who can see 2 Dora in her own hand, knows that the value of the open hand is probably not too large.
But, she can get a bit snipey here, right? But she's going for 789 Sanshoku by the looks. But she can be a bit snipey here because I said she's very close to Hazuki.
Right, even winning 1,000, 2,000 points is still a positive outcome.
There's a Riichi stick on the table, which adds bonus even if it's a small hand. It gives you a little bit more value.
I like this move, taking the 4-pin, 5-pin and moving it to the right side of the hand. That means if you cheat the 7-pin, you're not revealing the lower block of Pinsu and that gap left behind.
Do you think that's something we have to worry about too much outside of Japan, or is that something that you think only the Japanese pros are thinking about?
It depends on the table, but there are certain opponents that I definitely am very cautious against.
Interesting.
At the final table and a number of other tables at Chicago, in fact, I was extra careful to separate tiles in my hand.
I think it's quite a difficult thing to take a read on. Like I did know a beginner who was confident that they could read what was in someone's hands from where they were discarding. I was like, oh, people organize their hands very, very differently. Especially as they get more familiar with Mahjong. Sure, at the beginning people can be a bit rigid in their organization, but I certainly don't put suits in one place.
Certainly. Taking the headless shape here, actually holding the 8-so and 9-so means we can draw the Dora pair and just have a Mangan.
I mean, that would be huge, but she doesn't even really need it, luckily.
The weakness here is if we draw the 5 pin, then we're losing all of our value. I guess we get Sanchoku, but we lose the Dora and we lose our good weight.
Would you want to throw the door into? I'm not even sure if I'd want to
we
throw
wouldn't,
the
yeah.
5 pin into this. I mean, the 5 pin would scare me enough, I've got to be honest.
With players opening all around the table as well.
Yeah. Yeah, she would caught into that block, which makes good sense.
But it will be Hazuki taking the win here. Tanya Dora 2.
And that's big for her. Because she's still got a dealership. She said she's the starting North seat, so she can end this game if necessary for her dealership.
And I believe that was Sakuragawa paying out the 3900 plus 1 buck. So a little bit harder for her to catch up, but this is her chance as the dealer.
Nakagawa is going to be looking for a Mangan or higher to regain first. She was only joining first for a brief moment, to be fair, so regaining might not be the right word, but psychologically, I'm sure. Oh, wow.
I think
5 pin, first throw.
I think I saw one.
Dave would approve of that.
Perhaps we can, if Dave is watching right now, I know he's on deck for commentary. But yeah, I saw one of each wind, one of each dragon.
Yeah.
Awkward hand to play.
Isn't. Yeah, I mean, throwing a 5 pin right out like that, you're making. Can you have Mahjong statement play? I'm going to say that's your statement play. Oh,
well, how about this statement play? 3 Dora.
Ooh.
That could be big for Sakuragawa. A Mangan would be 12,000 points. And she has Tanya too. She could open.
Yeah. This hand could make the table for them. And Hazuki is going for this flush.
Yeah, it's like a flush into fold.
Nakagawa seems to have lost her power to draw amazing tiles initially.
The Dora drawing ability has moved to Sakuragawa. That's a helpful 7 mod.
Yeah. Feel the excitement in her hand is gonna as she gets towards that Ishanten Tempai, it just slows down naturally, right? Because less tiles are useful. Ooh.
That's not the right one.
There goes the Tanyao, yeah.
Do we hedge something like 7 so?
Yeah, I'd hedge that one.
And then if we get the opportunity to call 8 mod, we might just take it.
Oh,
even
I'd
3
totally
pin.
take it. Cool. I mean, if she can pull this off, it could win her the table. What's that? 5 pin. Yeah.
All right, straightforward efficiency.
Yeah. You already have the value. Like you don't need anything other than efficiency, right?
Yeah, sometimes having the power to call is more efficient than straight tile acceptance, but in this case, the shapes aren't really that.
No,
conducive.
I think if she'd have managed to keep that Tanyao option open, then I would have said, yeah, you need to be able to call, but she doesn't have the Tanyao anymore.
Go 9, so 8 mon.
Yeah, 8 mon's the obvious one. Yeah.
And I wonder what the hesitation. Maybe we're getting to the point where she's concerned about the lack of Dora.
Yeah. Can't see what she drew there. She has got a tile there, right?
7 mon.
Oh, the 7 man.
Okay, valuing the 557 mon over the 335 pin. Similar shapes, but perhaps 335 pin being closer to Dora, you're not expecting to see the 4 pin as easily as, say, a 6 mon.
Exactly.
It's always a difficult choice, I think, when you've got, the same shape and you're just deciding which one to keep. The difference is really slim sometimes between the two.
Yeah, Nakagawa has lost some of her great draw power. We've called.
I was wondering if we're going to end up here. So
Ah,
this is Tempai.
reach.
Riichi Pifu Dora 1. An excuse to back away.
And yeah, so she caught the 9-man. I'm struggling with that one.
Yeah, so I think it was a 6-mon Chie with a 5, 6, 7. And then cutting the 9. You could have also cut... no, this is probably the best way to do it if you're going to make that play. Yeah, really valuing the call option, but now she has to struggle against an open...
Yeah,
Two open hands now that Honitsu's coming together.
That Honitsu, that flush hand came together fast after going very, very slow.
Oh, and we're going to see a chase. Kitaba takes the expensive weight, the torso for Himeko. But instead, we will see the 7-so come out. Riichi Pinfutora. Sakuragawa will fight for her dealership, but lose out to Nakagawa here, who catches up slightly towards first place.
It's not going to be an easy order. Kitaba is kind of out, so...
Yeah, at this point, I think if you're in her seat, you're just trying to collect as many points as you can. If there's a world where you could trade placements, angle for that, but third place is a really hard goal here. And we did see in game 1, fourth place win a Hanuman with Ura 2 to escape. Perhaps.
Yeah, and Sakuragawa, second place is probably the best she can hope for. Yeah. This is really Hazuki and Nakagawa's game.
If you are Sakuragawa, do you just try to stay ahead at this point? Like, it's almost a 20,000 point gap to second, and you don't even have Oyakabudi to make sumo a little easier. So at this point, do you just try to go for a win to confirm your placement? Third isn't good.
I guess it depends on whether you're worried that Kitaba could drag you down to fourth, which I wouldn't be too worried about that, to be honest. So
I guess there's a 9,300 point gap between third and fourth, so manga and sumo would do it.
It's a very nuanced decision, this one. I think it's the sort of thing where you have to keep reviewing the decision you've made. You look at your first initial deal and you're like, okay, well, what can I do with this? And then you're like, right. But you have to be a little bit more flexible compared to, if you turn your dealer and you've got like 3 door and you're like, okay, well, we just drive now. This one, you're going to have to keep looking, really be very attentive to the board and be ready to change your mind.
Yeah, so opening south pair for Sakuragawa, but not the value she's looking for unless she can draw the Hakudora. Meantime, Hazuki just kind of wants to win a hand to widen the gap. 3,700 points the gap between her and second place.
It's a small gap.
It really is. It's bordering on Ryukoku territory even. Tempai, whether you're temper or not, gets the draw if we get to a draw.
Some reach sticks go on the table, then it would be a fairly easy one to sneak into first. Poor Hazuki here has this Dora white dragon stuck. I'm not really sure what she's going to do with it.
Kitaba, this is interesting. We can move towards Pinshu now, give up on the south pair. And notably, Sakuragawa passes the first out. Nathanael Pinshu for Kitaba, that's an improvement.
That's an improvement.
Riichi
Hazuki's hand is not getting love, is it? There's another Dora to ruin Nakagawa's hand.
These two are going to the wrong players right now. Everyone who has one is
We're just gonna hold one.
that just slows them down so much. Sanchoku is not happening here, it looks anymore, with the 6-so draw. 79, very much less likely.
Yeah, it's a shame, isn't it? You really wanted that to be a 9, but again, would that have tempted you to throw that white dragon out? We know that it's safe, but she doesn't know.
And the concern now is that there looks to be a Honitsu on board, which would certainly be able to use a white dragon, in theory. Currently only one in hand, but definitely don't want to test that out, discarding Haku. And we're in a spot where if Nakagawa is the only player Tenpai, she will take over first place. It feels like Hazuki has to try a little bit to get Tenpai somehow. We're at the stage of Honitsu where the honor tiles are starting to come out, so you know it's making progress.
So we have a question from the YouTube audience. Derek Holloway asks, when you won Otsumo, did you declare your points as a non-dealer? Do you declare them immediately? Now Nathanael can maybe correct me for America, but typically I recommend people call their Yaku and then call their points, and yeah, it should be the non-dealer points and then the dealer points.
Yeah, I think it's a very exciting draw.
Oh,
But yeah,
doors out. Sorry. Yeah.
I think in the US, it's pretty common in most clubs or leagues to say the Yaku and say the points. But
Yeah.
I think people who are trying to be a little bit more serious try to imitate things like M-League, where you just state the points. And but you said for WRC, it's actually preferred to state the Yaku so that people have full understanding of what's happening with the hand.
Precisely, especially when you're working over language barriers. Even British English and American English has its little uncanny valleys. I think giving as much information as possible to make sure everyone is understanding what you're trying to do is say, oh,
we did see the Riichi from Kitaba.
Sakuragawa. Yeah.
Cannot manage to get her second Riichi through, as Sakuragawa will take the win, confirm third place, but first place is Hazuki with a plus 49.7. All those points, Oka points, will be hers. Nakagawa with the second place plus 6.4 is very strong, almost took over first place.
Yeah.
Sakuragawa.
I think they should be quite happy with their placements. It wasn't easy.
Indeed.
As you said, Sakuragawa locked in her third place, as you suggested she might.
Yeah, but she did wait. She passed the first South, and she only took the second South when her direct competition had declared Riichi, and that was for Tenpai. So, willing to take that fight to confirm firm placement, and she did manage to get there. Tough result for Kitaba, but she gave herself excellent chances. She gave herself the best possible chances, and just didn't go her way this time around. But there'll be lots more chances this season.
Yeah, it's mean.
Exciting games. This game felt a little more perhaps tame than the last two. We didn't see a lot of Ura 2. Is there anything that stood out?
I mean, what stood out was the number of high value hands that just didn't come to fruition. Yeah, and there was that hand where people were damming, and that was interesting as well. There were definitely some people were very aware of each other. Sometimes you get those games where you can see that person's just on a high and they're just playing their hands and they're beating everyone. Kind of as collateral damage to their excellent Mahjong drawing abilities. Whereas here, it was definitely, I think it was more of a dance between all of them, trying to work out where they were going, what the agendas were.
Yeah, the one Dama that stood out to me in particular, I think, was the one that actually won for Nakagawa. She had so many Dora pair hands early on. She finally ended up
I know,
on
right?
South Itso Champon weight and chose to Dama that. She did end up finding the Tsumo for Mangan, but I believe, if she had declared the Riichi, that little extra bit of points would have been enough to put her in first when all things were said and done. But at the time, it seemed like a decision that made sense, given that the South could sneak out near the end if someone was, like perhaps Dealer was fighting for Tenpai. It would have been risky, but if you declare Riichi, it's definitely not coming out. So there's some reasons to take the Dama, and one of many interesting Dama spots. We saw the one that had the chance for Tanya and Sanchoku upgrade, which we both agreed we would also do. It was so very interesting.
3 extra hand,
situations.
yeah, 3 extra hand. You can't not try for it. You can't not dream, right?
Yeah, that one did also end up finding the Tsumo. A very nuanced gameplay here, I think, in this second game.
Yeah, it wasn't a fireworks game. There was no huge hands that sort of ran away. It was really 3 of them were very close for a long time until that second to last hand where Sakuragawa, unfortunately for herself, fell back a little bit. And then it was between Nakagawa and Hazuki, which is, it's kind of satisfying, right? That you play through and you get that sort of natural progression rather than sometimes it can be a bit frustrating if everyone's so close that your 4th player suddenly ends up first and all else. It feels great if you're there, but maybe it sucks if you're anyone else.
I always feel like I've watched a high quality game when it comes down to just the thinnest of margins here. There's the tiniest decisions.
They all worked hard. Everyone worked hard, and yeah, it was
definitely a fun game.
Well earned, I think. Very much so.
Excellent.
We have our next presenters have turned up already.
Indeed. Game 6.
And you've got Corak, the player that you were excited to sit with in Chicago.
Yeah, I was really looking forward to that table when I woke up that morning and saw it on the board. Corak joining us for commentary for Game 6. How's it going?
Hello, everyone. Well, that's one where everyone sits at the table, and Nathanael has this big smile on his face, and everyone else like, why am I at this table?
Win or lose, I was really excited to have the chance to play at such a competitive high-level table. And I got lucky in that one hand, but it was really a very, very good game, I thought.
Oh yeah, so it was a solid game. I just got nothing the entire Hanchan, which is how it feels like I'm gonna do on a tough table like that. But that's in large part because other people shutting down hands.
And of course, we will also be joined by Dave, USPML president.
How's it going?
I hear there's some excitement happening in New York soon.
Oh, God. So many things happening in New York. We're going to have Jen and Garth here for Comic-Con. We're doing Mahjong Matsuri on October 15th. And we have the Sparrows and Stone. Sparrows and Stone is full up, unfortunately. So if you're curious about it, you can get on the wait list, but that's it. That's going to be on the 26th and 27th. It's actually funny. I was watching. Gemma mentioned that I would like that 5-pin discard as a starting discard a couple hands back in the previous game. And that was a rough hand to watch. I felt like it was one of those hands where you have all those doors, just like, now is my time. Now I got to get it over the hill. And like when you, so often, like I'll get that hand, it just does not happen no matter what you do. It's frustrating.
Yeah, not much to do with the hand when you start with one of each wind and one of each dragon.
Yeah. You see where you can go, but it's just, ugh.
Dave is also joining me in Paris, by the way. He missed that out of his activity.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm going to be at the WRC 10th anniversary event in Paris. I got to find my flight to Paris. See, I'm going to fly to London and just walk over, actually. It's just a little excursion.
I'm assuming the event is full on spots. No last chance for anybody.
They might be able to accept. I'm not sure if they'll probably be accepting them in groups before. I'm just checking the website. Do you know what? The website does not have numbers. There are 108 entries. So if you are interested, it's worth reaching out to them because they may have a waiting list. Yeah, I would check, but it's 108 is quite big for European events. Very small places. We don't have so much space as America.
17 tables, is it?
If folks are interested, they can
No,
find
it's
that
not
by
17,
searching up
27.
Tri-Nitro tiles.
Yeah, do you know what? I'll stick the link. It's not an easy to read link. Don't know why we've made it difficult. Let me stick that on the
Thrive
YouTube
on
channel.
challenges.
Yeah, that's the first challenge is how to find the website for the event. So there you go. And also, I'd like to make one final shout out to the World Riichi League, worldriichileague.com. If you want to come and join us in Cologne, that's the last weekend of November. It'll be a smaller event, but a very elite, high level event. So it's definitely worth coming to if you're interested to become a professional, a World Riichi professional in the future. I know that's kind of in Cologne, it means it's slightly limited to the Europeans, but I'm hoping that we will be expanding outwards in the near future.
I'm sure
That's it for me.
a great number of people in the US will be looking forward to that expansion.
We have some pending stuff on that we'll be able to finalize soon as well, but I'm always that hesitant guy who doesn't say anything until it's 100%. So
And
get ahead of my skis.
But you do drop a 5-pin first draw, right?
I mean, look, sometimes
you're hesitant apart from the 5-pin. Why not make it red and a Dora?
I mean,
Sorry.
I've done it, and I do it again.
Yeah. So this is the problem when you know other people too well, and then you do know their Mahjong style. I know exactly what Dave is doing every time he pulls that nonsense.
Every once in a while, I'll mix it up, though. That's the thing. Sometimes you just want to signal to the table that you're a little crazy.
Yeah, I was going to ask. So, Gemma, is that a sign of insight or trauma?
You make an excellent point, Korak. I think it's trauma. Having to watch him backseat play is the worst. It just, yeah, you can see me start to fidget. I'm like that person who sits in the passenger seat, pushing the brake pedal. I'm like that with Dave. I'm there trying to stop him from throwing the 5-pin.
But then it works. It just works. It always works. It's fine. It's fine.
I think we're
yes,
going to
always
back to the
TM,
conversation we
always
had.
TM. No, it's you know what I feel like it's almost the opposite of gambling, because the gambler's fallacy is you notice when you win and you ignore when you lose, and that's bad for you if you're the gambler, right? Because now you're not thinking clearly. But I feel like Mahjong, you get more of the magician's fallacy. You want to emphasize when you win and kind of cover up when you lose, and then you look better than you are. This is my whole secret.
Well, my one experience playing against Dave has him finishing first, so according to that experience, he's definitely got that magician's luck.
I retire undefeated from the world.
Exactly. And
I tried doing that with the World Riichi Online League, but Gemma said I had to play a lot of games. I won my first game. I was like, that's it. I'm done. I did it. I won. Bye. But she was like, no, you have to keep playing.
Yeah, he won 70,000 points or something obscene.
It was one really good game, and then the rest. Well, I had a decent streak, and then people remembered that they were actually better than me, and that didn't go so well last session. So here's hoping.
Korak, is your streak still alive, or do you still have hope?
Oh, mine is super dead. I actually looked at the stat breakdown. The WRC Discord has some more detailed stats, and I'm somewhere around 51st, I believe. But in terms of placement over my 20, I'm actually in second.
Oh, wow.
Which means I'm doing really bad plus minus and really good positional play.
God, second. In that World Riichi Online Team League, that's amazing. It's so tough. I
think it was 1.65 average placement over the 20.
Yeah, it is. It's tough in a streak based league. You need all of your wins to come right in a row. It doesn't matter what happens after that.
I think it's a great test of your Mahjong psychology, whether you can keep your cool over that period of time. If you can do that over those 20 games, then you're an amazing Mahjong player and you deserve everything that you win.
My first 8, I was doing good the first 8, and then yeah, it all came apart last session. But at the end of the day, it's they're really good games. At the end of the day afterwards, yeah, I'm thinking about what I can do better, but it's not that bad feeling of oh, that wasn't pleasant. It's that bad feeling of oh, I know I can get better at this and not make those tiny mistakes that at this level are big mistakes because they're mistakes at all.
And pressure.
Well, there are two different types of pressure. There's the pressure of you got a streak, you got to keep it running, and then the other one, which is you just going, I need to build a streak. This second isn't going to help me.
Yeah, I'm stuck in that
Yeah.
mode right now. My streaks have not really gotten off the ground, and every time I feel like I need to push for more than what I've got, and I end up losing it instead.
Yeah, I've had some. I would love to at some point when I get back to having Saturdays to review and not play, to review some of the games, because really, really interesting stuff. I think they're really exciting situations.
Yeah, that's one of the nice things about being in the American Riichi Mahjong League server is after Korak plays his games, a lot of times he'll spend an hour or two just going over all the games he played that day, which very, very quickly, but there's a lot to be gained from watching that play. Just sit there and listen to a strong player talking about their hands. You hope to learn something that you can use in your own games.
Well, I feel that's the thing about log reviews is everyone needs to do them, and the first few are just miserable when you're trying to figure out what to look for. But once you get the hang of them, you can just burn through a Hanchan in 15, 20 minutes, and you'll be able to figure out that was wrong, that was wrong, that was wrong. Oh, I guess this was the situation I didn't pick up, and you can really develop your game that way.
And maybe for the people who are watching who are like, yeah, I wanted to get better at log reviews and I don't really know what I'm looking for. Do you have tips for what to start out with in terms of log reviews?
So the general idea of a log review is everyone knows how they're supposed to play. And then you take a look at what you actually did. So what you're really looking for are the discrepancies between what you should theoretically be doing and what you're actually doing. And at the same time, the thing I always have to look out most for is Kabe. Am I really pushing that as a one chance? Is it a double one chance? Is it a complete wall off when I'm playing defense or on offense? Was I really hedging some sort of extra value that I didn't need? Were there extra discards from something I was expecting? And so that I thought there may have been 3 or 4 on the wall, but I missed that someone had discarded the second of my wins for that to pair up, so it's not going to be of any use, that type of thing.
Yeah, my goal.
Oh,
go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna. Something I've learned is actually, I think those are all very good do's, and I think I've also learned like a kind of a don't from log review. Like it's really easy to look at the wall, to look at what you would have drawn, be like, oh, I would have won this, oh, I would have won that. But like, I think it's important to make sure to kind of compartmentalize that. Like it's curious to see like what would I have drawn or what would have happened, but like really you have to make sure that when you're reviewing, you're keeping yourself in the mindset of like what you were seeing at the time, what you were doing at the time, so you can get accurate reads on whether you made good decisions, as opposed to just being like, oh, fate would have had this happen, so I was silly for not knowing the future, which is kind of not really a helpful thing to put on yourself.
I will say there is one part where peeking at the wall can help, and that's if you think a certain tile is really good or really bad in the wall. And it doesn't matter whether it's dead walled, it's whether it was in the wall or not, and your read was correct.
Practicing your wall reads. Good point.
Yeah.
All right. Sure. Well, we're almost set for the game number 6. I do have one more question to pose to Korak, because this was brought up at the beginning part of the broadcast. If anyone is still here who's desperate to know the answer, in the American Riichi Mahjong League, Korak, you were angling for first place. You had barely taken the top spot by just over a point the last time we were broadcasting for Yukan Fuji Cup. And so, Carl asked, did you end up making it? Did you get that top seed?
No, I ended up in second. Michael had a pretty good final session, just about a plus 45, but ended up demoting some of the strongest players I know. That was a ferocious table.
Indeed, but despite that, it's a relatively short turnaround, so a very quick opportunity for those players to hop right back in. And at this point, A1 and A2 and Armo are so strong that they feel almost interchangeable, and people will be hopping back and forth with regularity. Also, I believe this means that you've completed 10 consecutive seasons in A1.
Wow.
Yes, I'm now the only person that has been in A1 every season, because Max / Lepink Yoshi demoted this season, had a really rough string. But the result is every season there's been an A1, I've been in there, and you're one season off.
A big congratulations to you, Korak. That's actually such an impressive hallmark of consistency against some of the strongest players in the U.S.
Yeah, that's really
very
amazing.
well done.
It's also really awesome just in general. 10 seasons of A1 Armo. Like, that's great. That's a real accomplishment for Armo as a whole as well.
Absolutely. 10 seasons, plus the Beta League as well. So technically 11. We're coming up to our 3rd full year. Super happy that it's grown just about every single year and that we're up to the size that we are. But enough about us. We've got to talk about some Mahjong games. Thank again, Gemma, for hopping in and adding to the commentary. I got my first chance to commentate with you last week. I enjoyed it so much. This week was just as good. Hopefully we'll get to do some more in the future.
No, thank you. Same back at you.
And of course, we've got a quick peek at our players coming up for game number 3, the final game of the evening. For Team M&J, we have Maiko Otsuki in the south seat. In the north seat for Team Mahoco, we have Momoko Suzuki. In the west seat for Team MAP, Emi Sakuma. And finally, our first dealer for Team OSHIgoto Calendar, we've got Kaoru Kojo, and I believe she is repeating this game, so we'll have our first chance to watch a player twice. And it should be an exciting one. I'm all set to go. Are you
ready to rock?
Let's jump in.
Perfect. Take it away, Korak and Dave.
All right, very cool. Here in the arena.
Yeah, we always have that beginning setup where they have to physically draw the tiles. We mention it most broadcasts, but you do actually want to draw the tiles oftentimes in pro events. We're going to have the tables give it to you.
Where your luck comes from, right? Your first engagement with luck.
And we'll get a look at these hands pretty soon. I see that the Manzu tile is the door indicator. Nice little Pinfu hand here. Possible 6, 7, 8 Sanshoku. 3 Mon is Dora. Actually, a very good starting hand for the dealer. 7 Pin would really help. Pair Onko here. Might even go Tanya with this. Has a floating Dora. The 9 So makes Tanya significantly less likely, though. This feels like a 1, 2, 3 Sanshoku type hand, also hedging Itsu and Binzu. And the 2 doesn't really do much. When you have a 2 and a 5 and 3 is Dora, you're fine with both of them for now.
Yeah, it seems like everyone has some pretty strong shapes to start out. So this might be a fast first hand.
Not a ton of value in any of these hands just yet, but lots of directions for these hands to explode. No one's really waking up with 3 Dora, easy Tanya calls, but these are all pretty much above starting average hands.
Where we have 1 Dora held in here. I'm like, where are our Dora? Let's get a feel for that. I think everyone's being ready to pull them in, but no one's quite found them yet.
2 Pin going to connect nicely. Fills a block there. Speaking of filled block, 7 So a huge draw.
Great fill there.
6 So doesn't do much. We'll go ahead and hold the floater near the Haku. Pei doesn't do much, but you can see those shapes are very well defined. Similarly here, the 5 is
possibly a pair.
An upgrade, but not going to be too much either. Probably Riichi +1. Whole bunch of 5 Pin here. This definitely feels Tanya. Is this one you just cut the 2 on? Nope, goes and cuts the 8 So.
Not quite. I think they want to keep that 2-sided shape opportunity if they do get the Dora, but.
Well, that's one of those shapes I always wonder about is a 3, 5, 6, 8. Do you ever play it as Kanchan? When do you lock that in and say we don't need the 3 or the 8?
Yeah, I feel like that usually depends on how many other shapes end up overflowing out.
1 Mon, not an ideal draw, but does allow that hand to accept Dora. Will potentially be on a Dora Penchon. 8's Abyss, but that is a perfect Ishunten. 7 So's a nice fill.
Drop it down to 1, 2, 3. Oh.
Ugh. I mean, it's an upgrade, but this Penchon is so frustrating.
Yeah, it's not the most pleasant upgrade in the world.
Because you kind of just want to go Tanya with a hand like that, but at the same time, you're looking at it, the head will not do it.
This might be time to drop that 4 Mon and just say Dora's not happening and it's Pinfu, but
it almost has to be the 4 or the Penchon, and that's going to be the cut as the Penchon.
All right.
Oh, well, there's Tempai. That's just going to be Riichi +1.
It's Riichi Dora.
Waiting on 3-6-0.
Everybody else has to think a little bit about, oh, yeah. Uh-oh. That isolated that 6, so now there's no way out of there.
Now, pulled the tile back as if expecting to sumo it. I love the confidence. Oh, that's a nice fill.
Yeah, it's just rough because, again, that isolated 6-0 is like a little bit of death sitting there in the corner.
Yeah, having already gotten rid of the 3 and the 5, it's a pretty big issue. Maybe could have even pushed the 4 pin, but that's not particularly great either.
Yeah, that's
and now the
scary.
decision, are you going to fight this?
About it. It's just, I would almost say no. Like, the shape isn't good.
I like
It's
7
Dora.
pin here.
7 pin's not a bad one. It keeps you. It doesn't throw you out of the game
the
entirely.
Kabe of the 8, you have 3 of the 5s. There isn't an Aka 5 you'd have to worry about.
Yeah. 7 pin is reasonably defensive if you want to keep this hand alive.
Long pause here.
Yeah.
Pretty disgusting situation, because if it's a hard put, you just 6-0 and you deal in.
Yeah, and that's the problem. It's like it's lurking.
There it is. Gets to that 7 pin. And we have an Ishun 10 there as well. Well, there's another one of those 6s. This end, on the other hand, is significantly worse. Much more likely to fold out, but doesn't have any safety that I can see.
Not too much. Maybe no, not even the. All right, we're gonna Suji on
Shoves the 5, and all of a sudden you have plenty of safe tiles.
Yeah, saves our fellow friend at the table here.
First show draw after the Riichi, but isn't the correct one.
This hand now wants to live like it's desperate. It's trying all these exciting things.
Yes, it is potentially Riichi +1. We'll shove the 8. And there's a second Dora. Uh-oh. This could get you in trouble. Yeah, I agree with the 2.
Well, the 5's out, we throw the 2. Oh, I hate this. I feel the situation.
I think you just gotta take this Riichi. The question is, do you throw the 4 or the 7? 4-so or the 7-mon? Alternatively, you can just fold, and we'll just go ahead and work around.
We're going around it. That's interesting.
Well, that's okay. I just Riichi this. Riichi +1, waiting on the Dora indicator, not ideal. Would be Riichi Dora 1. And the 7 isn't that bad when you see 3 of the 6s like that.
Yeah. It's not a crazy thing to just send it, but everyone just wants to go around a little. I feel like everyone's not feeling 100% about their commitment to their hands. All right.
And we'll just throw the safe 5 for now.
Gonna play it safe here.
Of course, the 7 also is safe later, so it could draw back into an Himeko.
See all the 8s, 9s, pretty good.
Yeah, that 5 definitely looks like a fold at this point.
Like a fold to me. No Tempai. We're not taking it. We're not doing it, apparently.
He's definitely not going to throw the 4 into that 5 Riichi. That is the decision that's been made, and we'll stick to it.
Oh.
Ew.
Hand wants to live so desperately.
The thing is, you have enough value that if you connect, I think you just have to deal in.
Yeah, with all the Dora now, it's become... Oy.
Oh, well, that's 3-sided if you take it. Can also Riichi the 7. Will Dama the 7, waiting 3-6 with no Yaku.
Very, very... sketchy. I feel like everyone's just really nervous.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of working around in this hand, but I feel at some point you have to be willing to take a fight. And now we're getting to where there just aren't any draws left in the wall.
Yeah.
So, and just says, okay, we'll do it. This is
just going to send it.
A 1-4.
You won't have to throw that 4. Oh, no.
Well, speaking
But
of
this could be a
4s,
4-5 weight. That's actually not terrible.
we'll
No,
just
we're
scroll
gonna
down with
walk
a
away.
4 because that came out earlier. This
Walk
can
away.
be cheat and deal in. And
Oh
that looks
no, it
like
might
it's going to happen.
No.
Ooh, okay. Shifting the deal around. The last draw.
How interesting.
And that's just it. We have 2 players tempai.
That was a lot of dancing. I'm really surprised that no one I mean, it's also kind of firsthand, which is usually when I'd be like, oh yeah, just take the risk. Like, what's the worst that happened? But everyone's really concerned.
What's the worst that could happen? Always the question you
Yeah.
want to be asking.
What's the worst that could happen? It's hand 1. You got plenty of time to fix
Never,
it, right?
never ends badly. Yes.
I don't know. It's tough. I find that if I don't try to make something happen at some point, I'll just sit there all game. And
Yeah,
everyone
I
else will
kind
just
of
sumo.
feel the same way. Is if I'm sitting back, you're only going to get in a certain number of playable hands.
Yeah.
So I'm much more willing to just out and out fight. Speaking of fighting, this says 2
Oof.
Dora and looks like a very strong Honitsu or even potentially Toy here.
Yeah, this is a 5-man first
5,
discard.
no, 5. I don't think that's even controversial. You always got the 5 there.
Oh,
Because you're
it's a
keeping
good
both
discard.
the Toy and the Honitsu open. You're planning a Honitsu, but you've drawn another 2, then okay, sure. Another
It's an
great
entirely
starting
sensible discard, but it's such a strong statement to the table of
and then
here I come.
the 7 pin to follow it up. It's
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
It's either a really strong Honitsu hand, it might be a Chi Toy, it might be a Kokushi, and it's not like the other players you're drawing bad toss. The 7 fits in there. We see the Chun Call. We have Headless Ishunten. Or Kuki Shunten needing something connected to the
no, the
Yuzu.
third 2.
Well, I think the 9 stows the normal cut here, and there
Yeah.
it goes.
It's just frustrating because there's no way to get you're gonna have to reach this now.
We'll go ahead and hold on to this Dora. It's a little suspicious.
East. Right, what do we got?
Oh,
Oh, wow.
What about just reach? You could
Just
Dama.
reach
Dama.
it.
Dama.
Can you Dama this?
Sun Unko.
Yes.
We'll go ahead and take the
We'll
Class
send
A
it.
Riichi. Yeah. Says this is good enough.
It's super early. I mean, the weight's not
You're
unobvious,
going to sumo
but
this so much of the time. And because this
yeah.
hand has Dora, that's why the stick got thrown in. I think without any Dora, it's Dama and go for the Suanko.
Yeah, yeah. Oh god, Suankon, that would be beautiful. Let's see how much we regret it by instantly drawing what we need for the Suanko.
Anyway, so it is Riichi, Sananko, Dora 3, Hanemon minimum.
Yep.
And that's Tempai waiting on 3 pin.
Oh no.
Just
2
sumo.
epots. Oh wow. Oh wow.
Riichi Pots, Sumo, Sananko, Dora 3, Baimon.
Baimon, 8 Han. Whew. That's beautiful.
Well, that's an explosive way to start the game.
I always say, Dave's number 1 Mahjong strategy is just draw good tiles. Draw good tiles.
If you can just sumo it like that, absolutely.
Yeah.
And we're going to see this huge gap open up when we see the scores again after that.
And this is going to be really interesting because now, we saw hand 1, everyone's very skittish, not really wanting to push, not really wanting to risk. But now we have 3 players who, if they want first, they got to do something. And we're going to probably see people adjust to be a lot more aggressive about getting where they need to go.
Looks like 6 mana's Dora. We see one of those in hand.
A
couple Haku here can just call this down most likely.
Oof. Jeez.
Well, there's a hand for Dave.
Oh, it's not fair.
If it didn't have that Dora, I just brute force it. But with that 6-mon floating Dora, I don't really think you want to go Chanta with it.
This is such an awkward time to try to push Chanta though.
Well, you have the south, which is your Yaku High. Maybe one where you
Yeah.
can always call south and figure it out later.
You call south and figure it out later. You can
6 pin.
Yeah,
that is
all
definitely
right,
an
all
I'm
right.
planning to call the south and figure it out later type thing.
Yeah, it's just I guess the
potential
challenge
upgrade
is you want something big. to make up for that big hit, and like a called Chanta South isn't really going to be a massive hand, but it might still launch you into second or make your second a little more firm. So
If you can
there's
get the
value in
1-2
here.
Sanshoku on top of it, that's at
True.
least 39, and that'd be
1,
acceptable.
2, 3. Yeah, that'd be fine. 6. All right, making some connections.
It connects, but anytime you have that shape, 2, 3, 3, 5, 6, 6, you need what? 2 4s and can use 3 of them.
Yeah, it gets all stacked up. Oh, there's a 7, 8, 9. That's a good fill.
Doesn't believe in the Sanshoku. Just go ahead and floating it. Can also potentially go to our Tonki with this.
Yeah. I could see wanting the value to come out of the door because, I mean, open Chanta versus door is the same value.
Yeah, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 5, 5, 6. You can actually use the 4 3 times. And, I hate when I have overlaps.
Hey,
oh, well, there goes the door.
exciting.
That is definitely a Chanta
Ishanten on
non-play.
concealed Chanta, which is pretty awesome.
Yes, not only do you get one extra Han for it being closed, you do get the extra Fu.
And possibly Riichi. So now it's got some oomph to it. That's not gonna be a Mangan hand easily.
Kind of surprised the 8 so got thrown back. One pin will accept more options for this closed Chanta.
Yeah, now reasonably callable as well if we need to shift gears.
Definitely want to keep it closed if you have the option, but if you see something dangerous, you can always just shut it down. That pawn is scary. It's starting to look like a Honitsu and Pinzu there on our left.
Mm.
Of course, we
Yeah,
know that's not at all what it is, but everyone else is thinking about it.
Yeah, because this is a kind of an extra pin tile. Do we want to keep it? No, we're just
Gonna hedge Kokushi with a 2 so cut. Again, because you have so much 4 so acceptance already, the 2 doesn't do a whole lot.
East. We don't want east.
And the 1s are kind of disappearing already. Well, there's one of the 4s. Will not take it. Doesn't want to cheapen this.
White Dragon. What do we think? Probably okay. We're gonna give out West and hold on to that White Dragon and not just.
Yes, it's once cut. So you're not thinking it's that bad, but you're kind of wondering where the other.
Oh wow!
Well, there's Senpai. There's the
it.
Riichi non-Chanta. Mangan, regardless, waiting on the 3
only. And this is a chance to go for Itsu.
Doesn't take the direct route anyway.
No, I'm gonna scooch around it, but our 3 Mons are reasonably occupied right now. 2 of them.
We don't necessarily think the 3's the tile everyone's going to be using when 6 is Dora.
Yeah, but they're all in people's hands. All 4 of them, actually. That's a sad situation.
A couple 6s there on our left now and 1 across. So the 7's reasonably safe. But we'll just throw the 3 as that is Gimbutsu.
Thinking about it. Oh, we're gonna. I
guess okay, we'll take the G. We'll need the last 6 pin though, so that's gonna be really rough. Probably hoping to pair it up. But figures that hand's never going anywhere.
Oh my lord! Look at this.
Ew. It's a really wide Ishanten, but ew.
Yeah, this is just frustrating. Also, with the 2 Mon tiles discarded, this could be a Honitsu, but.
And the 2 and 4 don't look good against that pawn. There's a 3-pin Riichi with just an early 6. The 2 and 4 pin are awful tiles here.
You could just throw the 9. All right.
Throws the safe
throw the
9
8 and squeak towards Itsu, but now we got this all sorted out. Yeah, these 3 Mons are too occupied. They're never coming out.
And similarly, this 1 pin doesn't look any better here.
No.
And just throws the 8, says, I'm not having any of this.
Backing off.
What can happen is if the 4s decide to come out, someone may think the 3 gets safe later, but this hand is good enough, I don't see that happening.
It hurts that this whiffed the concealed Itsu. Because, yeah, with a little bit of push, that could have happened. But. Oy.
That's the 1. But needs the 3. We know it's not going to happen unless someone else throws it.
Unless someone makes a big change of direction.
Well, that's another 3-pin, so the 2 doesn't feel quite as bad now. But this hand doesn't really have anything to fight with.
Yeah. What a sad. I'm so every time I see this Chanta, I'm sad now. Are we just folding?
Well, the 2 still came out, but that was before the Riichi, so the 5 is not safe here. Can go ahead and fold with the 4, and that's going to be the play. There is a route back in with Chitoitsu, but that's unlikely here. That's a 3, but it's not the right one. Now, this is where you draw the 9, and you go, wait, why haven't I seen any 9? Something weird's going on.
Yeah.
It just throws the Dora.
Who needs it? It's overrated.
Well, if they don't win on it, it's useless, so...
Although having the Dora come out now makes that 3 look a little safe. This now opens the door for someone to think maybe that 3.
They just push the Tsuji. They probably don't have to be Dora because we're seeing all of them.
Yeah. But I'm not seeing players in that kind of bold mindset. Like, that's the kind of thing that happens when someone's thinking, oh, I'm going to get Tenpai. But people seem to be very foldy right now.
There's the Dora.
There's the hard Dora throw from the player in Reach. But I don't think no one's looking to take even the slightest of chances here.
Yeah, these hands are just not worth it at this point.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh. And looks at it, I guess, oh, I could have had my Sananko.
Oh my lord. Yeah, if they strangely dominate the whole thing and then
does push the live 9-pin, but it passes. 1 player Tenpai, and now you see where the 9-pin are.
Yep. All eaten up. Ah. 6, 7. Oh, that would have been a big hand. If one could see the future.
But the result is nets 2,000 out of it.
Still a positive?
Whole bunch of So tiles and a Chun pair might go Honitsu, although that 2-4 makes that very unlikely.
Yeah, we got a 2-3-4 completion in here. We got a pair of
There
Wests,
are people I know that would go for the Honitsu anyway, but I don't expect a pro to.
Oh, that seems too aggressive. Maybe if you drew another East, like if you very quickly draw a second East, I could see being like,
okay,
right.
Cuts the 7, just planning to probably call this down. Can at least dream if you get the right tile going for the greedy Honitsu, but unexpected. Could have a Pinfu hand there. Whole bunch of loose honors here. Potentially Honitsu with the Pinzu, but just going to play it normally.
No, we're cutting edges, so I think
just
this
getting
is gonna
rid
be a
of
rational approach.
Tiles around the outside. It's weird though when you cut a 7 as a first tile. There's just so much acceptance.
Got a hot pair over here.
Any dreams for Daisongen?
We're not giving up
alive. Now, we know that's absolutely never happening. The Shun are not leaving that hand.
Yeah. Shosongen maybe, but not Daisongen. That's my optimistic voice.
5 so loosely connects, but the hand's a bit of a mess still. Oh, more Pinzu tiles here. Moving towards the Pinzu Honitsu. 8 so doesn't do anything, especially with the 9 having been cut earlier.
3's a nice pair, but like I guess we'll keep it.
Gonna and hedge Tateniu and Chitoitsu with that.
4, 5, 6 together. Oh man.
Oh, you're looking at that pawn, especially that 7-mon first cut. I'd be sitting there looking at him going, what on earth?
Yeah, like what is happening here? We got Dora 2 now.
Again, Dora, I'm looking for any excuse to go Tanya. Forget the 1-3. It's gone in my head.
All right, we got 2, 2, 3, 4. Oh, this is looking pretty. Okay, we are looking
Speaking
at
of just selling out and going for the hand, that's
Yeah.
definitely we want Honitsu.
I like this attitude turnaround of everyone kind of realizing, no, I got to do stuff now.
Well, when someone's sitting at 50,000 and second is at 19.4, it's
Yeah.
the right way.
Time to move.
One doesn't do anything here. 5 gives an upgrade to any Peiko shape. This may be a 6-pin or a 1-3 cut. I like just cutting the 6. Yeah, there it goes.
Yeah, because you're not going to get rid of that Dora, so it's either going to be a pair or 3 of a kind for the 7s.
And I think that's an easy Chie there. The shapes definitely suggest a 6 will help.
It. Everyone's snagging it.
Everyone says, I don't know what's going on, but I don't like it.
Yeah.
This is a 1-so west weight.
Pretty likely tiles to come out at this point, given that everyone's been moving ahead. Well, we know Chun's dead. We can afford to.
Yeah, I can get rid of it. I still might throw the Monzu tile instead, just because I want to save you. Oh, that's just going to be a Riichi.
We'll just reach it.
This is Riichi, Dora, possible Tateniu.
Yeah, pretty nice.
Looking for 1-4-so.
Huh.
Well, I think it's just Haku. Nope, gonna go ahead and fold out.
We're gonna wiggle around here.
Draws a Sozu, but it's not the right one. And there it gets called. Has the 2 Dora. Is going to go with this Otsuki. Needing the 4-mon only. The 1-mon will not win.
Oh, that's gross.
With 2 Dora, yes. And?
Yeah, I mean, everyone else is charging ahead. Again, this is like a great reversal of the attitudes of earlier hands. Everyone's charging ahead and everyone's getting pulled right along with it. But those 4s are entirely occupied.
Of course, the 1-so would deal into 2 hands.
Oh, time to risk it with White Dragon.
It's not Chanta, so out goes the 1-mon.
That was like the only opportunity for that 4 to come out, too.
No, 6 is near Dora. We've seen the 3. So it's not the worst tile, but it's not a good one.
Yeah. Oh wow. So we're gonna back off.
Just
That's
folds out of this.
Backing off.
Uh-oh. Well, there's the 4-so and says nope.
Okay, gonna back off on that too. Okay, we got 2, 3, 4, 5. Still call the 1-so and then be in a
just Sumo, Riichi, Sumo Dora. And that is an Uradora as well. So that's gonna be Mangan level. I believe it's 2,300.
Well, it's yeah. Well, it's 2, 4, right? Oh, for it's 2, 4 plus Hombo, right?
No, there's an Anko of 4-mon. So no Pinfu, so it'd be 430.
Oh yeah, and we don't use the roundup that I'm too used to.
Played too much Kyriage Mangan, huh?
Yeah, I mean WC's been doing Kyriage Mangan for a while, so I'm just like it's jammed in my brain. But you're right. Without it, we get that tiny little 4 and 30, not quite Mangan, but pretty much Mangan.
Nice little. Ooh, 1, 2, 3 Sanju looking very good with this hand.
Oh wow, yeah. And
you're almost kind of sad to have the 4-5-so.
Yeah, it's like please go away from my Junchan.
West pair and the 3 will connect
5,
there.
2, 3.
Probably Pinfu hand, also Dora. South pair here, but that's the West player, so not going to be of that much use. And Uncle of 6-mon, couple pairs. Probably just a Riichi Nomi type shape, so less than ideal.
Yeah, can just start dripping out some of the edge tiles here.
6-0, nice addition there. Can cut the west pair next turn if any improvements come.
Or let you drop the 1. Yeah, let's walk it into the middle. Throwing the 9, so not really thinking Chanta this time. Which is fine. I forgive it.
Yeah, so that's the sound of Dave dying inside. Oh, just
1,
draw
2, 3.
your first pension, Phil.
All right. Making
It's
it have
one
a
of
6, 7, 8
3.
fills. That's awesome. Next, we're going
That's
to
an
drop the west
Ishunten.
pair.
That 8-0 is huge there. Potential Riichi, Pinfu, Dora, Tanyao.
Another fill with a 6. There's a lot of progression going on here. Ooh.
That's actually fine because you can use the 1 as your pair now.
Yeah.
You don't need the Peiko. You get the much
2.
better routes to Sanjigo. It just cuts the 2 here.
Yep.
You can cut the west and kind of play both, but this is a more direct route. We'll need the 3-so and then the 3 or 6-so.
Oh wow. Okay.
Ew.
just jam.
I just hate and it didn't have the
perfect.
1-mon pair. And yeah, that's the fill.
It's
Riichi,
perfect.
Pinfu, Sanshoku, 3-6-so. Mongon minimum.
It's beautiful and I love it. And now
Or you say Mongon minimum, but we just talked about Kiriage last man.
Not quite Mongon minimum, but good enough. Oh, and everyone's gonna start getting nervous and seeing if they can stay away from monster hand.
That's such a good hand, though. Just has to push it.
It's just beautiful, yeah. Oof.
5's Gambutsu, so how it goes is not called, so probably not going to be fighting this.
At least not directly, or not immediately.
Well, I feel with that hand, it needs the 5 so badly that if you're going to fight, I think you have to take it.
Take it. Yeah, you're kind of right with that 3-4. Oh, now I got the east, but we're just going to use them to get away.
Well, that's an Onko. Also makes the 7-mon 1 chance.
Oof. Yeah, 7-mon wouldn't be a terrible thing if you're gonna take a swing at this and you're in last place. It might be time to take a little bit of a swing. There's enough logic behind the 7 that it's not. All right.
Just shoves it, takes the widest Ishunten.
All right. Oh, good. Another 4.
More Onko.
Wow.
Oh, yuck. That's the 1 pin cannot be conned. That's if you do it, you will chombo.
Too many people. Yeah, I've seen people get.
I have seen people do that as well.
Yeah, they're like, it's an opportunity, and it's rare. They're like, oh my god, it's a thing. Oh my god, what are we doing?
Ew.
What is this?
Just shoves the door indicator because it's
want
sick.
this.
There is the sumo though. 3-so, Riichi, sumo, Pinfu,
Sanshoku. And no,
this
no
is
Dora,
the
so
actual Mongon of 520.
Yeah. All
so
right.
2,000, 4,000.
That's a big leap back forward. Plus, what was it? 2 hombo, so that's an extra 600. No, I'm sorry. There was no hombo because the previous hand was 1. All right, and that's another big shift in our scores.
No, when you start off with a buy mod, everyone just kind of get a little antsy, and you could see that. Especially compared to, as we said, how the game started. Everyone's just afraid of dealing in.
Oh man, but that's
and now there were definitely some shoves.
Yeah, because now we're in the situation of 2 players decently up and 2 players way down.
Yeah, Sakuma getting within Mongon range now.
Yeah.
Will be dealer here, 8,200 down, and we're only in East 3, so there's a long way to go.
There's plenty of time for things to move. But people are going to have to push.
Few pairs there. 7 pin doesn't really help. Can kind of hedge Peiko and Upper Pinzu. Another hand.
Yeah.
These hands all stink except for dealers, which is okay.
There's not an exciting pile of tiles out there right now, and they're going to have to become exciting. See what we get into them.
Well,
4,
as
5,
we
6,
always
control.
say, if your hand is terrible, that means there are a lot of improvements.
Yep. Tear up that south. Call the south? No, we're gonna let it go.
Well, that's an Himeko upgrade. That is actually an Ishan 10.
Ishan 10. All right.
Riichi Himeko would be at least something, especially considering the speed of everything else in this hand.
Yeah,
Dora
another Dora
pair up.
here.
Okay, now you're looking for just calling Tateniu. We'll go ahead and cut the Hatsu. I think if the 7-pin comes, you have to just take it and cut the 7-9. So
probably, yeah. You just got to make it happen. There's no getting away from it. Yeah, this actually, if you draw the 8-pin into this, this is Pinfu as well.
yeah, Riichi Pinfu Himeko would be perfectly acceptable hand. Even if you fill on the other side, the 8 Kanchan is okay at least.
We're gonna keep that Dora. Get rid of.
Of course, we know what's the problem is we know where the 8-pin are.
Yeah. One of the challenges of playing at tables with good players is like they have a good sense of what tiles they should be holding on to. Oh wow!
There's
okay.
an Onko of the 6s. May just be 5-mon here. Confirm the Dora pair.
Get rid of it. Lock it in.
And you can still Chie the 4-pin or the 7-pin if needed. Five-mon doesn't do much.
Doesn't really help.
But goes and gets rid of the 4 now.
Yeah, you might be able to get a better shape later. One can hope.
And wants to go Tanya. Cuts the 7 so here. Breaking that Kanchan block.
Another 4-mon. All right, we're getting a lot of overlaid tiles.
I really hate that draw.
Yeah, I also I just don't.
Yeah, she hates it too.
Yeah,
Back he goes.
See you. No, we don't.
That's where you think about it for a while. You go, you know what? That is as bad as it looks. Bye-bye.
Yeah. I don't mind the wasted draws, but I hate those, it's technically helpful sort of draws.
Now that's a draw. That fills in for Tanya Dora 2 Ishan 10, potentially Riichi as well. Good weight guaranteed. You can hedge the Chie toy, but having cut the 4-pin earlier, that's definitely not going to be the play here.
I always feel like the worst thing you can do is get iffy on Chie toy. You can do it and you can not do it, but when you fiddle back and forth with it, it gets really bad. Oh, well.
Well, no, see, the plan was Rion Peiko.
Oh, Rion Peiko, yeah. The coolest.
The wall said you're going around Peiko. That's when you look and go, wait, I should have realized that a couple turns ago.
Rion Peiko never happens.
No, it never happens. And then the wall laughs at you, and you.
Yeah, it'll
was there. Oh no!
Proffered. It'll be proffered to you, and oh god, Chie toy is sure thing that we could have done here.
Oh, disgusting.
I might have held the 5s and swapped out the 1s, but maybe it's smarter to get rid of the 5s now.
Because I think the 5s are just too useful to other players. I just want them sitting in my hand until the end of the hand.
Yeah, I mean, the thought might elsewise be get rid of the dangerous stuff now, so that if I have to break, I can break on the 1s later. But
speaking of a Peiko potential upgrades, Ishan 10 now, also Rion.
1, 2, 3 Sancho. Oop.
There's Tanya.
Here is our
Tanya Dora 2, 4-7-pin.
And that's going to be 4 and 40. So that, actually, maybe not on Sumo. 4 and 40 on Roan. So that would be a grown-up Mongon.
Yeah, it's Mongon either way, because it could be 5 Han minimum on a Sumo.
Oh, yeah, because on Sumo, you're going to get Sumo. Yeah. Going to huck that 5.
Ooh, well, that's a draw.
Yeah, what do we think about that?
I think I just got the 2-mon. Nope, back it goes.
Cut this out. Okay.
Just Sumo, Riichi, Pot, Sumo, Tanya, Dora 2.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, Hane.
Yeah, that is Hanemon.
See, now this has now gone from that first hand of this game of hesitation and care to a game of uppercuts. This is getting nuts.
Well, if you just sumo your tiles, the game is much easier.
It is. It's real easy. It's real easy when you just draw. I said draw good tiles.
Huge win there, and it looks like Hombo off there to the side, so that would have been a 18,000 win.
Ugh. There's a lot of points flying around, and that's where I start to get nervous at a table too. It's like everyone's just swooshing points back and forth, and I sure hope some of them land on me.
Yep, we see the two Homba
Ooh,
and Sakuma
God.
very clearly in first now, and poor Otsuki
Yeah.
and
Otsuki
Suzuki
and
sitting
Suzuki
there.
are down in the dumps, and it's only East 3, and it's so lopsided. So there is time to change it,
And
but
it's
it's
not
going to
like
be a
they're
big
dealing
uphill
in; they're
climb.
just dying
Yeah.
from these monster sumos.
Yeah, like nobody's making the big mistakes.
One
It's
so there
just
connects
rough.
to the Dora, 3 so Dora. Tanya type hand there. Also have a 3, 5, 6, 8, 9 Mon. Kind of a Pinfu hand potential 3,
Oh
4, 5.
no.
Oh, what about
Oh
Daisangen?
no.
What
Yeah, I
shows
was
up,
gonna
man?
say Daisangen Hope shows up. Are we grabbing? Are we taking it?
I mean, we have to, don't we?
We are taking one at least. We're starting there.
And we're going Honitsu. If we get
Yeah.
the Sangen, then great. But we will at least want the Honitsu double Yakuhai.
Yeah, you want the guaranteed Mongon at least. And
Having
then
a
even when we
huge
show Sangen,
fill
it's
in that
fine.
hand. Fills that 5, 6, 8, 9 with a 7. Oh, those feel good to get.
Interesting. I
Doesn't
might have thrown the
really do.
5 with like
Yeah,
Toi
I
Toi
like
as
the
my
5 as
hedge.
well for that reason. If a 4 comes out, sure, we take it. It's unlikely for a 4 to come out, but I always
Yeah.
like keeping the option for something like that.
7, 8,
9
9
pins
fills
to
in.
fill there as
Pretty
well. That
good.
is Ishan 10.
Leave the 5 pins and hope for the other side. West pair. How do we feel about that?
Meh.
I mean,
The
we're
whole
West,
hand
so
is just
sure. Yeah.
meh incarnate.
The value in that hand is just not there right now. Like something's got to
The
change.
shapes are bad. There were what, 5 Kanshot in there too?
Yeah.
Can
Walk it
kind
off
of
to
shift
5, 6,
down
6,
towards a
7, 8
potential
again.
Tanyao, but that's going to be the
Yeah,
play.
all right. Take a tiny upgrade. Care about that 8. Don't care about that 9. Oof.
Well, another
9 comes
useless
back.
9. That's a fill,
That's a good
though.
fill. Yeah, there we go. 2, 3, 4, looking good. This dragon's gonna come out. This dragon's gonna get grabbed. And now
Now we
are we
see
gonna?
how greedy are we? We're gonna cut the 8 so or the 4, 5? Not
Oh
very.
no! I guess that's not so bad because it's like if we draw the Haku, game on.
Then we go. Otherwise, we
Yeah.
still accept the Dora, so we don't
Yeah.
need the Honitsu as much. But that's a fill. That is now Tempai. It can
That's
take an
Senpai.
ugly Shampon, an ugly Kanshot, or just Dama.
Yeah, there's no. Can we
I
Dama?
like Forso Dama here.
Are we looking for because we can't win on Dama, right?
Well, I also don't really want to reach this, especially
Yeah,
at
like I don't want to
2,000
reach this.
points.
If you throw the 4, so then you're really just hoping to get that Dora, and if you get the Dora in, then you have.
Oh yeah, or
Pinfu.
even the 2 so just wait on the Dora is a perfectly acceptable upgrade.
Yeah, because at least then if you win, you get something out of it. This hand's so weak.
We'll Dama with the Shampoo. This is the wider acceptance.
Okay. Rid of our own wind. Where's that? Where's that Haku? Where's that Haku? I want that Haku to show up for this hand.
Not great having just cut the 9.
Yeah.
You can see the log positive. Wait, I didn't want this tile.
No, this isn't
I
how
guess
it was
I'll hold
supposed
it
to
for
go.
now,
Yeah.
though. There's the
there's
6. There's a
Third
5.
5.
The problem
Okay.
is it's going to incentivize cutting the 3 so Dora, which I can't see happening.
North.
6 connects there. That's now
Yeah.
an Ishan 10 for potentially
All right.
Riichi Infu Dora 1.
North. No one wants it.
Yeah, so the reason I didn't like the Shampon as much as having already cut the 3-pin there. Oh, well, never mind. I
There's
was
that
going to go off
Haku.
on a tangent. I might have cut the
Oh.
1-3.
Oh. Yeah, because is that 2 even going to come out? You don't need.
Yeah, it's the
And
Dora
here's the Haku
indicator.
hanging out.
Well,
So now what? Now
yeah,
what?
that is very much it. That's not going.
Yeah, that
I'll
tile
let
will
go
now
over
never.
there. Oh, well, yeah, so
Just
why don't we
draw
just have
good
a
tiles.
Daisung and Tenpai on the Dora indicator?
Just draw good tiles.
What if you would have cut the 1-3? You'd be on the 3-6 pin.
I see your point, and it's very valid. Because it's Chanta 2 now.
And we'll get shut down.
Oh, no.
Into Dora.
Oh.
And that is a look. Yeah, there go the eyes.
Oh, alas.
Oh. Dreams will remain dreams.
Ah. Yeah, that hand is folded down. You're just going to push that in the hole.
Yeah.
And we're never going to talk about it again.
They'll see it afterwards and go, oh.
Yeah.
You did have it.
Oh, Lord.
That is a heartbreak for sure.
It's tough. It's tough. Those hands, I always feel like they're emotionally exhausting, but yet at the same time, it's like they're easy in the sense that if you have Daisangen, you just play it. You know, like you're not going to look back and be like, oh, I should have folded out of that Daisangen. So at least no matter what happens, you're like, I played it and I got it or I didn't, but I played it. Oof. That would have been a huge turnabout for this game, though.
Yeah, we were talking about big hands. That would have been the big one. But instead, we have 4 pairs here in the starting hand. Could also be a regular Pinfu hand. Also a similar Pinfu hand. And another fairly boring Pinfu hand.
Yeah.
Everyone has very standard, above
really
average hands.
Start, though, for Otsuki. Like, good starting shapes. These are also some pretty solid starting shapes.
How long do you play 7 block with this? And just throws the 7 mon. Is saying, I don't want it to be Chitoy, but if it's going to, I'll accept it. And goes and throws the 7, which is really rough because the 8 is the Dora. So you have the floating Dora indicator. That's usually a really good style if you're playing on a regular hand. 4 pin connection.
Another Ishan 10.
That's Ishan 10. 5 pin.
5-6
Well,
is a good
now
block.
it's Chitoy. Can go 5-6 if you want a hard commit, or 1-so if you want to hedge it.
Ooh,
That's a hard
okay.
commitment.
Hard commit to Chitoy. All right, I like it. Another good shape with 5-6. So maybe drop the 1-2-3-3 into 1-2-3.
I got the 3 pin, yeah, because you have the Itsu route. You can cut the 6-8 if you draw 1 or 2-so. Looks a little bit better than the Peiko route with just the floating 3 there.
Yeah, keep that Ishan 10. I feel like hands like this are actually one of the big challenges because coming off such an intense hand, coming off such a big high of having, Daisangen Tenpai and everything big is happening, like being able to just get back down to basics and play a hand like this well is it's tough. It's a challenge. It's something you have to learn to do yourself.
And the thing is, no one else knows you had the goods.
Yeah. It's all in your own head.
It's all in your own head. It's all in your head specifically. There's a kind of wondering, there might have been a chance, but usually they don't have it.
You they could never have had it. It's crazy. No, I had it. It was right there. Ooh, we got 1, 2, 3, 3, 4, something like that. Okay.
The Ishan 10.
Nice.
Needs a 2-5-so and an 8-so.
Now 4 pin.
The problem with that pond is it screams Honitsu and Pinzu. I actually really liked the 1-so weight.
Yeah, because it's like an odd tile that's outside of what it looks like you're doing.
And it's not like you're ever cutting the 2-so pair here, so that plus that gives you 2 wall lofts for the 1. Well, that's connection. That is Senpai. Tanyao Dora 1,
Dama,
will it
this
be
is
Riichi?
we're gonna
Goes
reach
in
it. Okay.
Riichi's Riichi, Tanyao Dora 1, waiting on 5-pin only.
Not the greatest weight in the world, but I guess we
Well,
decided we're
there's
locking it in.
another
Here's
one of
all the
them.
5 pins. And we'll just get
It
rid of the
was in
West.
the wall, but not going to be drawn.
Yeah, all 5 pins are already accounted
they're
for.
dead.
Oh no. All right, we can just turn this into a Chinitsu. Yeah.
Forget Chinitsu. What about a Suwanko?
Could be. Get Ishanten here. Slightly. I guess not even a better Ishanten. It would just be a different Ishanten. Yeah, Suwanko's very viable. Got to draw the right things.
And this hand, I just don't think has enough to fight. I just throw the 2 since it already came out.
Yeah, there's not much value
from this one. Shoves the 4 anyway.
Oof. Got away with it, but oof.
No, there was a Sanshku upgrade.
See, this whole Chinitsu thing is really creeping up on
now
this
it is kind of moving towards Chinitsu.
We'll see. We'll see if it makes it.
And 6-0 is a suggestion that's probably a bail.
Yeah. It's so rough watching people do these reaches and just be like, all those tiles are accounted for. Like, it's dead. The only good part of it is oftentimes when you're in that situation, you've kind of like locked someone else out. Like, because they have your tiles, they can never move forward.
Right. Well, plus the other thing, and one of the interesting things about Mahjong in general is you don't just get to throw your hand in the muck. You still have to just proper defense and maybe try and sneak in a tempai at the end.
Yeah, it's a very active. I would describe it as like an active folding process, as opposed to like poker style. Like, I'm out by. Like, no, you have to play it. You got to do it. There's the 8.
Now there's a Nakasuji. We've seen the 2 and the 8.
Oh dear. Sure. Away we go. Is there a way to call into Chinitsu that's good on this hand? I always get so nervous about Chinitsu hands because it's like, what do you even do? Or a single Dora.
Well, uh-oh. Actually, now that I think about this, that's a really bad tile.
Okay. Yeah, it's
around
scary.
Well, I don't mean that. I mean, you're kind of incentivized to push the 5-pin now.
Yeah, if you've decided drawing that Dora does take you out of the contention for the hand, you might say, well,
you have the safe turn with the 3, but it's this turn that's going to determine the issue. 8-0, though, is safe, so doesn't really have to worry about it. We'll have one more draw, I believe, though.
One more draw. But likely, if not Tempai in that draw, it's just going to be the safest tile possible. All right, what do we get? South. Okay, yeah.
Safe. No, doesn't have to push anything. Doesn't have to sweat this out.
No thinking. I mean, no 10, unfortunately.
But... Tempai?
Yep.
And this is when you look at your head and go, yeah, I had 3 of those.
Yeah, it's like, all right, definitely held the right ones.
That's a big change.
Yeah, I'm like, that's a large payout, but people getting change.
Well, there have been some large sumos, so I imagine the 1,000 are pouring in 1 or 2 players right now.
Yeah. Big drawers.
Now we'll see the hands developing here. Right. Of course, we haven't seen the door revealed yet. That's an interesting question. When do you flip the Dora?
I mean, usually as far as I've been doing recently, it's like the player whose wall is broken should be flipping the Dora pretty much at the point of initial draw, like before really the first 2 times around have happened. They should have done it. I wouldn't be mad or anything if they haven't. Like, they should have done it. But sometimes, when you play with newer people, they don't remember.
Right.
Nudge them.
I usually try to do it after I draw my first 4 chunk.
Yeah, because that's like your first time touching the wall. So then, it's like do 1 and then get a flip. It also depends, I find, on what order I am, like in relation. In other words, if I'm the last person to draw, I can usually get away with doing it before it's my turn to grab.
Now, speaking of grabbing, there's a Chie on the 1, 2, 3.
We're just gonna go.
Says there are leftover Riichi sticks and 1 Riichi stick and 4 Homba, so that's going to be worth more than this hand.
2,200 points on the table right now. West. Oh my God, we got Ishan 10 here technically, I believe.
And just Tenpai on 5 mon. There's the Dora as well.
Tenpai. This hand's going to be a little slow.
I mean, I gotta ask.
Ishan 10 right here.
If it comes, that Haku comes to Yukan. I know you won't. But
I might in this situation.
I like it here.
There's a few pro points, as much as I'm known as No Con Dave. Like, I'm in last place, and I'm Tenpai already. I gotta make something happen. And, like, I'm pushing this hand. The only reason I can think of not to con is if I'm really sure someone else is Tenpai, which right now I'd say no, but maybe
Yeah,
later
I don't think there's
twice.
any way anyone's Tenpai at this point. We see
or like
5.
If I felt really strongly that I needed those Hakus to bail out later, but I'm in last place. I gotta go. Like, there's no
I think
option.
you're
I gotta
just
go.
never folding. So
so in that case, I'd probably do it.
It is very rare to see pros take Daiming cons, but I feel this is one of the situations where it can make sense.
The upsides.
That's one of the things that you see amateur players just do it, especially beginner players, just always doing. See con button, immediately smash it.
They slam the button. They're like, oh,
this
is
one of those
situations
where it can make some sense.
Yeah, sure. Oh, this would change the factor right
no
now. Oh
kidding.
no, we're gonna dominate. We're gonna dominate. Okay.
Once
I was gonna say another player being in reach would make me think twice about conning.
Yeah, if there's a Riichi, forget it.
Here we got another.
Yeah, go ahead and cuts the 5 here. Interesting. I might have gone with 1 so there.
Curious what the play is here. Is the play we're looking for Suanko? Oh, we just dealt it.
Yep, just deal
7-5.
Save the stick.
It's just Haku.
Well, it's Haku Dora 1 plus all the
that's true.
Haku.
So that's what, 2 and 30 for 2,000 plus another 2,000. That's 4,200.
3,200, I believe.
3 or 4. No, it should be 4, right? Because there's 1 reach stick, 4 Homba.
Let's see. Yes. For the win, 4. For the payment, 3.
Yeah. That stick comes from the table. My hand's shaving. All right, well, that gets Suzuki out of Negatives-ville and closing on 3rd place. 900 points away.
And we're still in East round, even after all that.
Yeah, it's still only East 4.
Feels like the game's been going on for a while, but it's some high intensity situations.
And some dealer wins for repeats.
Ooh, you want to go Honitsu, but you have that Dora, so I just don't think you ever do.
Yeah, you could maybe drop the 1 mon and just kind of hope.
I like 1 mon, I don't mind Chuni.
Okay.
Yeah, just gonna play it normally.
Well, we got 4 Souths.
Problem is that's the North player, and we're not in South round yet.
Yeah. They're gonna hold that option for later.
And of course, you're talking about cons in the last hand. You don't usually Daiming con unless you have a good reason. On con, though, you could oftentimes just take.
Yeah, very often. But I think they're probably just gonna wait.
Right, because the rest of the hand just isn't together yet. You don't want to tell everyone, hey, there's extra Dora out here.
Yeah, especially also they're in the lead. The last thing they want is to make the table get all spicy for everyone with extra Dora.
But I like spicy.
Oh, we got a 7 pair.
Ooh, well, that's Ishan 10. Well, it's not. That's a 6, not another 5. Still, pretty good hand. Oh, well, that's
now we're at the point where con is not a crazy prospectus. but we're gonna wait for one more.
Throw it back. I feel if there's even one Dora, I just insta-con there. But the hand is still potentially Riichi, Nomi, bedweight, and there are a few things that feel worse than winning Roan 170.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. Oh wow. Okay.
Well, now I think
now it might be time. Now
I think it is time.
It is time.
There it goes.
And here we go. We got our South Con. This
5
adheres to
pin
one of
bridge
Dave's
cut
personal
sim
rules
would
of
be amazing.
Con, which is
I
reach
am
this
waiting on
immediately.
West 100%.
Reach it. Just let this rip.
Riichi the 5. Do it.
Do it.
Do it.
That way you're obeying Dave's rule of Con. His Con is great as long as the next word out of your mouth is reach. Do it. Yeah.
There it is.
Didn't
want to. You saw the long hesitation, but this is such a disgusting weight.
It's great. It's great. It's one of those weights where I'm like, if you win on this, you earned it. It's fine.
And it's not even a live honor.
We have
That's
so
the
much
thing.
new Dora here. See, now like 3-pin maybe, just we can't. Oh, wow. Okay, we're going to go around it.
Just gets out.
Going to go around it.
Well, there's the white.
There's exactly what they need. 1, 2, 3
Speaking of just what you needed, the 2-pin fills. I'm kind of incentivized to just push. The problem is the 8-pin's right by Dora, and it's Riichi Tsuji.
Yeah.
So may just get out of here. And you can see just holding the Dora. Why do you have to be here? I want to fold.
Oof.
And just yeets it. Out it goes.
3 7s in the hand, though, so it wasn't too crazy.
And of course, if that is Dora, that means it is Kabe'd off because the Dora indicator is the last 7.
Right. So not an insane throw, but still a bold one. We throw that 8-pin. That 8-pin just doesn't belong here.
Long pause.
We're thinking about it. What do we do?
I'd probably just throw the 1 back, but even that 5 Riichi, the 1's never a good tile. If you want the safest tile, it probably is actually the 2 now. Because you have 2 of the 1s, the Ryonkon Riichi is much less likely. Out it goes!
Out it goes. See you later, 8. Long
Speaking
thought
of
and
8,
then decisive
there's
action.
the pair up and a little bit disappointed. Oh, there's the West!
Here's the
out it goes!
No! Out it goes! Stealing. It's just
how many
reach.
Ura? Nope.
None. And 4.
4!
Oof. Well, that's just a straight up Mangan.
Ura 4.
With 4 Honba on the table.
Ooh. Well,
Rude.
that's on.
Oh my god. This is a savage game. Like, oh man.
Welcome to South Round.
Yeah. Oy. Well, once upon a time at the beginning of East Round, we all had the same amount of points. But now.
A long time ago in a village far, far away.
Yeah, now the story has changed. Story has changed. Okay, what do we got here?
Nice starting hand here. Looks like a Riichi Pin Futanya type hand.
Strong
Dora's
shapes.
a Monzu. You have that Penchon, though. It isn't that good with the 8 and 9, so. North pair here, but it doesn't really help. Couple pairs. Also looks like a Tanya type hand here as well. Potentially Pinfu as well. And, well, that's just Honetsu. I don't even really care about the rest of the hand. I want to go Honetsu. It's in the Dora suit. I don't have to think very hard. We just call. Dora's the 7. And speaking of, there are 2 of them here for the dealer. Probably look for an excuse to go Tanya with it.
The dealer doesn't even know. I'm rooting now for our sad low points players. The dealer doesn't need any more Dora. They're doing okay. They're fine. They're healthy.
Now,
we need to get this
now in the negatives, but there is no busting. You're not out of here just when you drop the negatives. You just got to keep fighting.
4, 5, 6
still
fill.
there with the 4. Still not much value.
2, 3, 4. That shape's getting completed.
Nope, South just
really
came
hard.
out, so we're gonna see this one being held for safety for now.
5-7 shape will keep. No, we don't want that.
Yeah, just once the Chinitsu, that's always the problem with Chinitsu is it doesn't move unless you start drawing tiles in your suit.
Yeah. Once you commit to it, I find this happens all the time. Like, I'll do Chinitsu, and it's like, no, I will never draw that suit again. It's
Well,
never
no, the
happened.
worst situation is you don't draw anything, and then it gets to like turn 14, and you draw, and you're like, oh god, I have to push this, don't I?
Yeah. It like comes up at the worst time. A lot of thinking. What just happened there?
I saw a Homba exchange, so I assume there was one left on the table.
Another. Good lord.
Yeah. I mean, I just want to get the penchant and go
Tanyo
Tanyo.
time. Tanyo time.
There it is. Off we go.
Yep. Just let it happen. Tanyo time for life. But with 2-door as a dealer, that's a good play.
Well, that's the thing
There's
about
an east.
Tanyo is you get rewarded for using the tiles that connect to things. It really is a broken Yaku when you could open it.
We're taking a step towards at least 22, if not Chinitsu.
Well, that's an 8 pair up, so I imagine the 5 show goes out here. Can also cut the 6 if you want to be a little more creative.
Ghost of Chitoi looms over these hands. The specter of Chitoi. Oh, it's great
What
fill.
if we
5,
just
6,
fill
7.
instead? That fixes. Be gone, Ghost of Chitoi.
Yeah. Oh, there's an okay. Just calling
That's
it.
gonna be a
We're doing
Chie.
it.
I love that Chie.
All right. Yeah, it's Tanyo time. Tanyo door 2. We're doing it.
Was always the plan.
One, 2, 3, 4. Not
Can
bad.
kind of connect here, but it's gonna go ahead and get rid of the 1 now.
Yeah. 2 left before. 2 can leave again. 3, 4, 5. 6.
Well, now
Same
you're
problem
feeling
both
regret,
sides.
but there is Sanshogu now.
3,
Can't
4,
even
5 Sancho.
call it.
Okay. Walk that to 4, 5, 6. Oh wow, Dora 3.
Just
All right.
combo the Dora up. Tempai 3, 6
Senpai, 3,
on
6.
for Tanya Dora 3.
Dealer Mangon. Exactly what you
And
want.
that 6 is so bad because we have a Sanshogu and the 6 is going to come out.
Ooh.
That's
This is
Chitoi
actually almost Chitoi. Yeah.
I mean, that is the only time I feel Chitoitsu is acceptable is when it's Honitsu.
Chitoi's always acceptable. All right. And there's that. Do we call it or are we doing our Chitoi thing?
Well,
We're
if we
doing our
do, we
Chitoi.
deal in.
Yeah. Well, the North won't deal us
Oh,
in
yeah,
yet.
that's right.
We have at least one step of safety, but yeah.
This is the hand I'm worried about because that 6 is so loose.
3 or 6 is going to have to come out if the hand advances.
Out goes the 8. Passes it. Wants the Chitoi.
Oh my.
Ew. Says it's Chitoi. I'm not playing anything
We're not
else.
playing any games. No, we're not going to throw the North. Oh.
That is it. I'm folding. I don't know what's going on, but I don't like it.
Oh, there's an extra
There's the
3.
loose 3. I imagine this is
Loose 3
110,
could
though.
be disastrous. Yeah, he's too far in first. Not worth the risk.
This is the other problem: is if you're waiting on the suit that the Honitsu's in, you're out not coming from anyone else.
No, yeah, everyone else is going to be looking at that, being like, that will never come out of my hand. This hand though is still Ishan 10. Like something could happen there to make them decide it's worth moving. We don't have many tiles left. Just draw it yourself.
Tanya, Dora 3.
Oh man.
Oof.
Oh man.
Not getting too many of these cheap hands today.
No. Everything is beefy today in Mahjong Town. That's a great hand.
Does the one call and fills everything else.
Yeah, just draw it yourself. Just draw a good tile.
Hatsu pair here.
Oy,
Well,
Lord.
that's decent shades, but nothing that great. Maybe a 2-3-4 Sanjuku eventually. Also, it's a north pair. 5-mon is Dora, so less than ideal.
Kojo
Well,
versus
speaking of 5-mon
Sakuma.
Dora, there's one of them.
Poor Otsuki and Suzuki have no one has made a terrible mistake this game, but they have just sunk down in points.
Well, that's the thing is, if other people are just sumoing everything, you just have to sit there sad. There's nothing you can do about it. The only adjustments are potentially calling and making cheaper hands, but you don't need cheap hands.
Yeah, now you need big hands. So even if you push to make something quick, you're kind of not helping yours anyway. Yours is 5-mon, right?
Yes, Dora's 5-mon. 8-so doesn't really fit. Out it goes. 3-so fits nicely into this hand.
Nicely. Yeah, that's good. We're gonna
And
call
there
that
goes
Hats
the
and
Hatsu.
just drive
Doesn't
ahead.
go for the Sanshoku. Could potentially be shifted to Honitsu and Pinzu.
Ooh, another 2. That's actually kind of cool.
Needs another 3-so for Himeko. Uncle with a 9-mon now.
1-mon comes out.
1-so comes out. And out goes the last. Just playing pretty basic efficiency here. Nine-pin doesn't do anything. You have kind of an overlap, but I just throw it back.
2-mon's
Can't get rid of the
less
2.
good. Yeah.
Yeah, with the problem though is if you draw another Dora, I kind of like the Kanchan 3.
6.
Oh, that's an improvement. Ishan 10. Maybe dreaming of more here though. And this hand moving towards Chitoi.
Yeah, one away from Chitoi there. Oh, Ishan 10 on Chitoi.
Also an Ishan 10 there for regular hand.
Huh.
Can't cut the 1 and go Tateniu, and that looks to be the play. Thinks about it for a bit. Can't also cut the 2-pin. You aren't losing that much except the Chitoi rats if you got the 2. Will, though, eventually stick with the 1.
Everyone wants to keep their Chitoi door. Oh, but it gets called.
That's
now we're going to win
on
on the north
just
of the
wants
5.
to shut this down. 5-pin north. That was Tempai, not taken. Would be on the 2-pin.
6, 7, 8 feel pretty good. All right, so we're going to keep that.
Shunton. And when you're sitting there with those floating tiles, you figure something has to connect, but
yeah,
didn't
surely
take the Kanchan 2-pin Riichi. Oh, speaking of 2-pin.
Could have switched it. Could have
Ew,
switched it up.
well, that's an Onko up.
Oh, this is gross.
But ugh.
But Suonko, who knows?
You just draw another 4 tiles.
It feels like I feel like they're sitting there being like, I have to keep that option open.
Yeah,
as frustrating as that is.
That's my read on it as well. Not happy about it, but
yeah.
7 doesn't do anything. Out it goes.
Yep. See you later.
See, it's a Sozu tile. Can't see
I can't quite make it out.
Gives up on the Himeko. It's a 5-so, so that's a huge connection. Very wide Ishan 10.
All right.
June does nothing. Back it goes. Hatsu does nothing. Back it goes. And that
another
is
5, which is Tempai.
Well, Dama here on the 3-6 wants the upgrade for Dora acceptance. Oh, well,
it's Chitoi time,
you just have to cut the 4. I imagine it's going to be Dama waiting on 3-so for Chitoi Dora 2.
Not bad. Not bad.
And we know all the 4-so are accounted for. And there's going to be a Riichi, though. This time takes the 2-pin. There are 2 of those out. It's Riichi Nomi waiting on 2-pin. Might be a
No.
Sumaguri chase here.
I was gonna say, who chases?
Oh, just Damas.
No chase. Can't chase. Do I chase here with my Chitoi?
The question is, which weight do you take? We'll just go ahead and stay Dama on the 3.
Gonna dominate. Not willing to risk everything.
Doesn't switch to the 7 weight. Oh, there's a 3. That'll deal in.
There you go.
Just Tanyo.
Just Tanya. We'll reach Tanya, and we see our. Oh no, I'm sorry. That was a Dama Tanya.
No, that was the Dama one.
Tanya. So it's just Tanya.
Yeah.
Just Tanya, no flip, but an extra 1,000 off the table, and a little bit of a clawback.
Long way to go.
You move into South 2. Oof.
Yeah, when you have those ugly Tanyao where you have a Tanyao shape like that, and you're on the same Suji line, but it's Shampoo, it just feels so ugly.
Yeah, it's so like, who will throw these tiles? And you don't have much of you don't have much of that unpredictability. Like the benefit of the dual Pong weight, the Shampoo weight, is oftentimes unpredictability. Your 2 weighting tiles are not connected at all. Wow, this is
Great
screaming
starting hand,
Honitsu to me
potentially
here.
Chanta.
But no, Chanta, we're gonna stick with Chanta. All right, okay, I'll take it. Doors.
Yeah, it's Dave going, wait, did someone say Chanta?
Someone said Chanta, like, all right, it must be smart what they're doing.
We see the double south here, so that'd be a nice call if you can get it. Hold it to play with the 3-mon, connects there. Ew. Well,
yeah.
That's about as bad a Chanta draw as you can get.
Yeah, I mean, I like the Wests in this hand, but
I just want to cut the 2-mon and not worry about it.
Cut the 2-mon and see where it goes.
This is the type of hand where I might even Dama, and if I do end up waiting on that 3 Kanchan and draw it myself, I would Furiten Riichi and go for the 1.
We're calling on our way to some kind of Honitsu here, or Chinitsu, if we're lucky.
Well, this being the problem with the 1
KR
bid, you're
power.
kind of dying, hedging a Chitoi here. Right, so pairs up allows the south call potentially. Well, now you're a little sad with that 4-so cut earlier, but
And there we go.
Oh, there's Chitoi Tempai. I imagine
just gonna reach it.
Riichi. Now this is interesting. You see the 5 and the 7. So the Suji on the 8 less reliable than you might expect. Because why would you have that late 7? Oh, well, that's Tempai. We might see a chase. We'll just fold out. Uh-oh, but that 8 feels like
that leaves that 8
out.
Isolated. Yeah, that 8 is now very dangerous. So let's see if we get away with it.
Oh, that 6 is such a you really want to push with that draw.
No, you need to do it. And what are we doing? Are we gonna fold out with the 8, or are we gonna?
West is safe, but I feel the 8 comes out and it deals in.
You can see he
doesn't want to do it.
Doesn't want to do it. Doesn't love it.
Long and hard, gets away from it, throws the Suji 9.
Carefully grabs the tile right next to it. Ooh, close. Close. Door out.
And Sakuma could potentially get back into this hand, but I don't really think so. There's Suzuki there with that as well. But I feel the hands are pretty much just the Riichi and everything else.
Yeah. This whole hand has been kind of shut down by this reach.
Well, the only real push tile was that 8 mod, and we both know it deals in, but got away from it. Good dodge.
Yeah, yeah. Sometimes there's just that feeling, you're just sitting there and you pick up a tile, you touch it, and you're
Again,
just like,
when that 7 is the last tile before Riichi, wait a second.
yeah.
It's oftentimes a Shampon with a Yakuhai.
Yeah, yeah. That's always your big question with that reach tile. It's like, was it related or was it isolated? Yeah, we're just getting away with it.
Well, that's Ishan 10.
Yeah. This hand might come back. But with South as a pair is a little rough just because you don't get much value.
Especially
You can't
if
do
you're
pin for.
double win, you want to win on it so badly. But in first place, would much rather just move the dealer along peacefully.
He starts coming out. And if we're, oh my god, 5, 6, 7. This hand wants to live so badly, but that 8 is just sticking in there and poisoning it.
Long
Another
pause
long
here.
pause, yeah.
I'd probably just cut the 7 pin at this point. Because that's the type of hand I want to fight with.
Yeah, this is tough.
And with the 4 having already come out, I'm not that worried about a 7. We see so many of the 8s at this point. But just discipline folding.
Yep. 5, 5, 6. This hand just will not die.
Oh, the 7 gets the wrong sumo. Well, that's Tempai if
Now we're
it's
Tempai
taken.
here. Do we want it? Do we want to just throw the 9-mon and just be Tempai and hope?
Just
Okay.
Damas. There's
We'll
no
dom it.
Ginfu here.
But I think the dream would be to get another South.
Well, speaking of another South.
Oh, it can't get thrown at this
You
stage in
can't
the
throw
game.
that. There's no
Can't
way.
get thrown.
No, says that is a
No.
sign. That is a sign to just get out of this hand.
Yeah, there's nothing left for you now. Oh, no.
Oh, there's the 8.
Oh,
out it goes.
That's it.
Riichi, Chitoitsu, it's cheap unless there's Ura.
There ain't.
But nope.
What, 3 and 25 is 3,200, I believe, base.
Well, is that dealer, I believe? Now we'll get the update shortly, but they'll be setting their hands together.
Chitoy. Always a good, solid hand.
I see a home bus. Yeah, that was a 4,800 point win.
Okay, 4,800. That's better. Better win. And Suzuki's scooted into third place and is, unfortunately, what is that? 43,100 points out of second place.
Well, we have a 3,200 and then a minus 3,200 on the table right now.
Yeah. So what do you do? What do you do when there's this much of a gap? I mean, is it just Yakuman fishing? Is there anything else we can do to like?
You want to get the third and at least salvage some Uma out of this one.
Ishan 10 already.
Well, we have the South pair up there. 7 Kanchan everywhere in that mess. Decent hand there, but no value. 9 mon is door. Gonna be hard to use for most of these hands.
Yeah, Ishan 10. Suzuki's already ready to go, but it's not a hugely valuable hand. But maybe we're just gonna claw back what we can.
7 so it's a very nice fill. That is now an Ishan 10.
Yep.
Has a floating 7 pin and a floating 3 pin effectively. Yeah, we're in this type of big situation where Second is just out of reach. It's a combination of try and pick up the Uma you can, but at the same time, still largely play just standard as though it were East 1 and get the points you can.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, that's a great fill. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, that's one of 6 Kanchan that need to be filled.
Hearing this might be the last hand, depending on whether the game
That
goes
is
to time or not.
Tempai. Can
That is
wait on the
Tempai.
East here. We'll just Dama, waiting on 1-4.
Interesting choice to oh, got the third Chunin here. This is also really interesting. So we'll see. Apparently, we're coming close to the time limit for this game, so it's possible either this hand or next hand will be called last. We'll know as we go.
Goes and throws the Hatsu. I don't mind 3-so there either. I definitely want to hold that door. I'm always looking for an Ichitsuko door Tonki.
Yeah, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's not bad either. Really, it's interesting.
Yeah, I like the 7. You have the paired 6, so even if you get the 8, you're not thrilled.
4, 5,
Maybe the
5,
7, you're sad. The
7.
only draw you're happy with connecting to that 7 is another 6-pin. And
This
there
is
is our
awesome.
Riichi 3-sided potential Sanshoku, I believe.
Yeah, if it's the 2, that's Pinfu Tanyao Sanshoku, which is beautiful.
On
But
the
5 and
5,
8
it's
will also do.
Tanyao, and if it's on the 8, it's just Tanyao. It's one of those
No,
shapes
it's still Pinfu because it's 3, 4, 5, 5, 6, 7.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, it ends up being Pinfu no matter what. Yeah, what do we do here? Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Throws the 1.
That implies the 2 might be coming, though. Tora, see you later.
No, the 8 isn't Pinfu, is it? Are you sure?
Wait, 3, 4, 5, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Because the
No,
8's
it's just a, yeah,
yeah,
I'm
it's
sorry. You're
just
right. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Tanyao.
Yeah, it's just Tanya. Yeah, you are correct. Well, this 4 saves that 2. No, we're
Oh,
still.
there's
Oh,
the 2.
the good one.
End.
She
And
gets the good
down
one.
Otsuki goes. Riichi, Pinfu, Sanshoku.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Tanyao.
Tanya for a
Yeah.
true Mangan.
330 and 5 Han. So, ouch. Already in the negatives, and there goes another 8K or 8.3K.
And that was time.
Sakuma, the
That was
big
the end of
winner,
it.
63.7, dominating this table.
Yeah, this is just such a huge hands on this table.
Kojo with a very depressed 46,300 plus 26.3 second. You can see the look on her face of,
Yeah.
we got more. Suzuki there with a minus
climb back up.
28.5, and Otsuki just clearly wants to get out of here.
Yeah, it's rough, and it's rough. I think at the end of a lot of these games, when you're coming down to the wire and you're not in a good placement, you just got to go, and that always ups the variance of what ends up happening. And it's tough. It's just tough.
Well, sometimes you are the one that gets tiles, and sometimes you're not. What's frustrating, though, is when everyone else gets the tiles. So there was at least a fight there for third and the fight for first, but such a big spread. Huge hand. Starting off with a Baimon and, oh yeah, Kokushi Tenpai. Or not Kokushi Tenpai.
Daisangen Tenpai, which is with only 2 calls out. Oof, a lot of opportunity in that game, a lot of big hands going back and forth, and when the tiles are flying, someone's gonna win and someone's gonna lose. Some great like Yogi Berra level statements.
Yeah. Well, just so much. These players didn't want to have to fight and then got forced into it. And it felt like they were all pretty uneasy most of the game because it felt like they all wanted to sit there and turtle and they just couldn't.
Yeah, I feel like a lot, and also a lot of those hands got like some of them were really fast and really worked out. And some of them just got really uncomfortable. And I felt like no one was really looking to kind of shove their hand into where it needed to go, and they were all like letting their hand happen. And when those uncomfortable hands happened, they just got awkward, and it was like, well, I can't get this anywhere, and just get stuck.
And a lot of those times it would have dealt in. Some of them would have passed, but we didn't see any really big deal ends, of course, there until the end on that Mungan.
But that hand again, it's like you got to go.
Yeah, you're in fourth. It's the last hand. Time's been called at that point, so you just got to shove. It's unfortunate that deal's in there for the expensive end.
Yeah. You always think like, oh, it's a fast reach. So like, is it that good? Is it that awful ideal in? And once in a while, someone has a fast and good reach. Or fast and valuable reach, I should say.
Oh, action packed. And here we see
Absolutely.
the score updates.
So we have this is players game 3, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's Sakuma pulling out a big old positive. These are game by game scores, I see. Pulling out a big old positive. Otsuki unfortunately sliding further negative for the day. Kojo kind of balancing out. And Suzuki also kind of pulling their positives back down to around ±0.
Yeah, really rough day for M&J Bar 3-piece there at the
Yeah,
minus
unfortunately.
142. Decent results for OSHIgoto Calendar and pretty good result there for Mahjong Map. Machiko sitting there.
Chilling.
Overall, basically
Chilling.
nothing happened.
Yeah. Yeah, look, unfortunately, yeah, M&J Bar 3-piece was a big loser today. The other team's just kind of extracting value from them.
Now we see the overall standings. Mahjong Map firmly in control of this group, but we are
Yeah.
only in session 4, so there's a long way to go.
It's recoverable. It's recoverable.
And we talk about it all the time, but with the extra 20-point bonus for first place, it's not as bad as it might seem.
Yeah, a couple good sessions and a couple good games can fill in this gap. And the other important thing to remember is like everyone's got their great days, but everyone's going to have their bad days too, and it's really like a long-term game. So you just got to do better when you do better and do not so bad when you do worse.
But all right, I think. Let's see. Do we have an interview? I don't see one here. So I think that we're gonna go ahead and talk about wrap ups. Of course, this is the obligatory time when I'm here with Dave. So why don't you talk about Sparrow's Nest?
Gonna say I'm unfortunately here. Not unfortunately, I'm very happy to be here commentating. It's actually a huge amount of fun. But Sparrows is like full up tonight. So let's talk about our upcoming month at Sparrows Nest. As mentioned at the beginning of the broadcast, we got a whole pile of things. So I'm going to be in Paris for the 10th anniversary WRC event, and then when I come back, we're going to have Mahjong Matsuri on the 15th with Jen and Garth and X-Teen, I believe is the right way to nomenclate. The designer of the cover, to celebrate the launch of Jen's revised edition of Riichi Mahjong, The Only Way to Play, which is a classic book on Riichi Mahjong, now with 100 new pages of personal essays, strategy, and additional content. So it's not just a republishing of an older book, it's got a lot of new stuff as well. And so we'll have author signings, we'll have copies you can pick up, and we'll have a lot of Mahjong and a lot of fun. After that, we'll be at New York Comic-Con from the 17th to the 20th of October. Presenting, teaching people Mahjong, running a tournament, raffling off some prizes, having a bunch of fun. We would love to have any additional volunteers for people who want to come and teach and be a part of it. So if you want to be in New York City for a while and come to Comic-Con, feel free to reach out, let me know, join the USPML Discord and ping us. And then after that, we got the Sparrow's Nest Open, October 26th and 27th, which is unfortunately sold out. So although I'd love to have everyone there, you can get on the wait list, but I can't guarantee you'll get in. But it's going to be a 64-person all auto table tournament right before we get our selections finalized for who's going to U.S. Nationals to see who goes to the World Reach Championship.
All right, we have a lot there. Of course, we will be back in a couple weeks with session 5. So tune in at 2000 UTC. That's going to be 4 Eastern for Dave and me. Should be 9 in the UK. And
I was going to say 10th October, I'll be in France, so I got to figure out the time relative to there.
All right, then. So for Corak, we have Nathanael, Gemma, Chiral, and Dave here. Wishing everyone a good evening or morning or afternoon, depending where you are.
Always a pleasure to join you guys.